Laura. Sometimes that happens.
Good,
All
good.
right. Good morning and happy Wednesday, everybody. Thanks for joining. Laura, if anybody joins after, would you mind just letting them in? Okay.
Sure.
So first of all, I'm going to introduce you all to Laura, the amazing woman here in the corner. She's in my corner over here, so she's waving. She's my trusty right and left hand. Laura's my assistant, and she'll be staying on the call with us. So as I say things like, Laura, don't let me forget to do this. She will
I
make
will remind you.
Yes, she will make sure that I don't forget to do those things. So during the course of this class, you will be receiving emails from both myself and or Laura. And her name says Laura, but it's pronounced Laura. Roll your R's.
Laura.
If you hear me say it that way, that's because that's how it's pronounced. So welcome. Welcome, guys, to Activate. I'll take a moment just to introduce myself. My name is Selena Galanis. I've been in real estate for my 28th year. I've been doing it since the dawn of time. Unlike most people, I've been doing real estate forever. I've never done anything else. I started out in real estate at the very beginning. It was not my intention. My original intention when I started out in college was criminal psychology, which has come in handy occasionally in real estate. Every now and then. Not what I thought I was going to be doing with my life. It just sort of happened. My best friend's dad owned a major real estate company when I was in college, and I was working while I was in college, and a major hurricane came along and got rid of the restaurant that I was working in part-time. It literally took half of the business away, like half the business floated away in the midst of a hurricane, and her dad gave me a job. And I started working with him, and it just kind of went from there. And I just stuck with it 28 years later. I've done everything from property management to a real estate investment trust over the years. Then I got into corporate real estate for a very long time. I worked for big companies like, well, it was Singular Wireless back then, AT&T, and then Verizon. And then I did franchise real estate for a while, and then eventually residential real estate. Big shift for me because I was like, why do people cry? I was trying to figure out from corporate real estate and resident, like a lot of crying involved. It's a big shift. And then I ran a very large team in the New York area, just north of Manhattan, for a long time. And then now I'm in the East Bay area of California, running Rick Chiha's real estate team in that area. For those of you that don't know, we lost Rick Chiha in October of this past year. But I do still run his team and his EXP organization. So I'm also a master coach with Workman Success. I have coached large teams and brokerages all across the country on how to improve their business and their actual agents on how to just get into the business and how to improve it, how to get out of their mindset of maybe like what's getting them stuck. So that's how this came to be. Let me tell you how Activate came to be. I've taught classes all of these years. Usually they're 9 to 13 weeks in length, right? They're all great. They're all wonderful, and I love them. When I was designing Activate, it was because 9 to 13 weeks is a long time, right? Sometimes it feels too long to get out there and get into business or to get into the headspace that you need to be in to get back out there or to change or shift something in your mind to get out there and get back into business. And so when I designed it, I was like, what do we need right now to get out there? And I was like, let's teach it in 2 days. And Rick and Casey were like, have you lost your mind? People will they'll go crazy. 2 days is really fast to teach something like that. And I was like, well, what if it was just 2 days of throwing everything at them and then 30 days of accountability? Because really, it's not that people don't necessarily know what to do. I really do believe that people know what to do. It's really that they need 30 days of people to talk to and kind of keep them on the path of what to do, right? And just that, and when I say accountability, most of the time people kind of go, right? It's a word that most people don't like. They feel like that's micromanagement. I don't want you to think about it like that. I want you to think about it almost like love. Okay, it's really support. And the 30 days is really about like, are we doing the things? Because most people really do know what to do. It's just the love and the support of are we still doing it? Because after 30 days, if you're doing the things, it's almost impossible not to have business. Okay. In reality, it's almost impossible not to do the business. So when I designed it, I was like, let's just do it. Let's just do 2 days where I'm going to talk to you about the things to do. Okay. All of the things. Yeah, I'm going to show you. Like, I'm going to talk to you about a business plan. I'm going to talk to you about what your week should look like if you're doing all of the things. I'm going to talk to you about a business buyer presentation, a listing presentation, how to hold open houses, how to follow up with leads, all of those things. And chances are you know how to do most of that. Some of you may not. Some of you may be pretty new, and that's okay too. Then for 30 days, we're going to talk about it. We're going to be on huddles. You're going to do daily success habits where you're going to have to actually show that you're doing the work. And then you're going to have work. Okay. It's pretty impossible not to have it. All right. So like we have a small class this time. And at first I was like, gosh, I wish I had more. And then at the same time, I was like, oh, God, we don't. So this is what we call a cohort. So these are your peeps for 30 days. Yep. So since we have a small group, and last time I had like 100 in the class and it was like a lot. It's kind of a lot, to be honest. The first class, I'd like everybody to take a moment and come off of mute. I'm going to call your name out. And when I do, please tell me, obviously I can see your name, but tell us where you're from and how long you've been in the business. So Cozy, I'm going to start with you. Yep. Come off of mute. Yep.
Hi, I'm Cozy. I've been in the business for 23 years. But doesn't always necessarily feel like I've been in the business for 23 years. So, and I'm over here in Burlingame area, the peninsula side of the Bay Area. I'll keep it short.
Thank you, Cozy. Linda Huerta.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I've been in real estate. This is going to be, it's been about 2 years now, 2 years that I've been in real estate. I came from the healthcare industry as a patient advocate, and I'm in the Southern California area, but Beaumont area.
Thank you. Robin.
Hi, I'm from Seattle, Washington. Yeah, it's raining. I've been I've been in real estate since 2006. I've helped a lot of people with their marketing. And one day I thought, you know what? I make beautiful stuff. I need to do it for myself and make my own money. So that kind of traveled to where I'm at now, not making a lot of money, but I mean, the desire is still there. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Maddie Park.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maddie, and I'm also from Seattle, Washington. Hi.
Hi.
And I just got my license this January, so I'm a new agent, and I'm just trying to get everything. I'm just trying to get all the information in my brain, but it's a lot, and I thought this class would help me get started strong, so I look forward to it.
Awesome. Rebecca Conley.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Conley. I've been in the industry for 19 years and a licensed agent for 16. I'm an associate broker here in San Diego County, as well as in the Phoenix Metro in Arizona. We've worked both markets for a little over a decade now. And so we kind of go back and forth.
Awesome. Georgina.
And hi, I'm Georgina Esquivel, and I'm in the business for 24 years. And I'm from Southern California, Ontario, California. And I'm just taking this class because I'm stuck. I was not working for 3 years, and I tried to come back, and it's been real hard.
Okay. Angel.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Angel. I have been an agent now for about 6 years, but I do come from an extensive sales and marketing background. Some of it included some real estate, but not more like flips and buying and things like that. But now for the last 6 years, I've actually been an agent.
Awesome. Thank you. Diego Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diego Morales. I've been in the real estate for about 3 years now, coming close to it, and I come from a background in special ed. I used to work with special ed kids for 10 years. One day I got burned out, quit, and then I went full throttle. And I'm in Orange County, California.
Thank you. Shauna Summers.
I am Shauna Summers. I've been in business 8 years and I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Robin. Other Robin.
Hi, I'm Robin Simmons. And I had my license for 2 years, but I've been an accountant for 30 years and I've had enough. So I wanted to activate the real estate business. So that's what I'm doing now. And only been doing it 2 weeks now.
Okay. And where, I'm sorry, where were you, Robin? Where are you located?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in Southern California, the San Fernando Valley.
Okay, thank you. Parker Morgan.
Morning. I'm just from here in, well, near Salt Lake City, Utah, and I've been doing it for real estate about 4 years, I think.
Thank you. Tina.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Tina Chisholm. I'm from Claremont, California. It's a little beautiful college niche town. We don't even have, fun fact, we do not even have a single drive-through because we want to preserve our beautiful city. And I've been in the business quite a long time. It might age me, so I don't want to give the number. But I've been stuck, and then business can be good and then not good. And I went and attained my master's degree to find out that, you know what, this is what I love. This is my craft. And I'm really excited to take this course because my mind, I need the mindset. And when you said it's almost impossible when we do these activities, my mind is saying, really, with all that's going on, there's a lot of fear talk in the air. A lot of talk. Fear tactics. So anyways, I'm really hoping and praying that that's the case, that when we do these activities, that we will get business.
Thank you for sharing that, Tina.
Thanks.
Deborah.
Hello, my name is Deborah Thusin. I am a realtor in Santa Clarita, California. I've been a realtor for 6.5 years. And to be honest, I was actually thinking about leaving eXp, and someone turned me on to you and told me I should join this. So I thought, you know what, I better do this and just see if I'm making the right decision.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Arsh.
Yeah, hi, my name is Arsh Multani, and I'm also based out of Southern California here, and I've only been in real estate for, I think, 6 months now. So I'm also trying to use this as a way to learn how to, like, my week to week should go and, you know, like you said, generate that business in that first month.
Awesome. Maya. I know we don't have you on screen, so might not be in a position to come off of mute. Okay, if you get a chance, Maya, maybe we can chat later. Okay, thank you guys for all sharing that. I appreciate it. It's nice to be able to do that because I don't always get the opportunity when we have a big class. So I was taking just a couple of notes there on some of the things that you guys said, because it's important to me to know why people come to the class, right? And I love the fact that we have a nice mix of number of years and, you know, folks that are new, folks that have been with us for a long time. What I want you to take away from that is that it's very possible to feel stuck even when you've been in it for a very long time, right? Very possible. You can be brand new, you can feel stuck, and you can be here for 28 years and feel stuck. And yes, I'm aging myself, Tina. 28 years. I'm doing this. I haven't given up yet. Okay. Like 28 years, still in it. And I knew going into it, and that was why I kind of changed the marketing last week with regards to the NAR. And yes, we will talk about it. Okay, guys, it will come up during this class. It doesn't scare me. It doesn't scare me. You know, we definitely been talking about it as coaches. None of that scares me at all. So it will come up when we go to the buyer presentation portion for sure. So we'll talk about that. So mindset is something, before we jump in, did everybody got the email that I sent with the business plan? Because it is going to be something we talk about first thing. So the first thing I did want to talk about is like setting yourself up for success for the course. Hi, Maya. Oh, there you are. Okay, can you pop off really quick and just tell us a little bit about you, just where you're located and how long you've been in the business before we start?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I had to accept something before I was able to talk.
That's okay.
My name is Maya. I'm a brand new agent. I've had my license for about a month.
Oh.
I'm currently located in Paso Robles, California, but hoping to relocate to San Diego in a couple of months.
Welcome. You're our newest, I think. Okay. All right. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So as I mentioned in the email, guys, when I teach this course, I am not someone who talks at people. This is very interactive. So it's kind of why I like it whenever the class is a little bit smaller. Please know that I want you to always come off of mute when you have a question. The chat is always there. Laura and I are always watching it. So never feel like you can't ask a question, okay? Or you can't say something. I don't teach that way. I don't teach talking at people, right? I always want it to be interactive, and I always want you to feel like there's an open dialogue between all of us. So that's why I like it whenever we have the videos on, because I can tell, like, you're like, all of a sudden, like, if I see your head do this, I'm like, they didn't get that. I probably need to stop and say something a little bit more. So that's the way I teach. It's very interactive. It's not me just talking at you. So we're going to go through a lot over the next 2 days, and you're definitely going to be getting emails from me. And that's why I mentioned as well, you're not getting all of the resources on the front end. I find that to be a distraction because you're going to be looking at all of that stuff ahead of time and not listening. So you'll find that I gave you the business plan because I'm going to be showing it to you. We're going to be talking about it. Then when we go to the next section, you'll be getting emails from me for those things. And then after we finish sessions, you'll be getting stuff for me to work on afterwards. I do that so that you don't have distractions, right?
Excuse me?
Oh, go ahead.
I don't have an email with any type of business plan information on it.
Okay, Angel, let me just make sure that I had the right one for you. It would have gone out this morning. Double check your spam. Hang on, I'm just gonna make sure I have the right one. Before we move forward, so I can make sure.
Yeah, it's in my spam. Thank you.
You got it? You betcha. I was like, oh, I was pretty sure I sent it to everybody. Okay, so that's the very first kind of step, is like just making sure that you're in a space today. Now, if you have to step away at any point, guys, today, as you saw, I started the recording. Okay, I do record these. I ask that you don't send it to other people who did not participate in the class. Okay, because you paid for this. You invested your time, you invested your money in this. Okay, so I do record them so that you can watch them if you have to step away, and because we do fly through this in 2 days. So that if you want to go back and watch it and you're like, what did she say? And you want to go back and watch it again, you can. It does take a lot of time for it to process because it's 6 hours on both days. So don't think it's going to be sent to you an hour after it's done. Zoom takes forever for it to process, and then Laura and I have to upload it to YouTube. So usually it's like the next day before we can get you the videos, and it like takes 3 YouTube videos for it to process 1 full day, but we do get it to you so that you can go back and watch it. But it takes Zoom forever because it's like, hi, you talked forever, Selena. Takes us a minute to get it done, but we do give it to you so that if you're like, hey, I wish I could remember what Selena said during hour 3, you can go back and watch it. And we do give that to you afterwards. Okay. Any questions before we start?
When we have a question, do you want us to raise our hand in the little thing, or do you want us to just ask?
Just ask.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the business plan. Thank you so much. I don't see on my end that it's writable. Do you want this printed today, or do we do it later, or what's
up to you? Like some people do actually open it, and you can do it inside of a PDF, or some people actually pull it into their Remarkable. There's a couple of different ways you can do it. Totally up to you.
Okay.
I'm actually unable to open mine.
Oh, it's just a PDF.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. I sent it to a different email address. Now I got it.
Okay, you got it. Okay. Yeah.
You have to improvise, adapt, and overcome here.
Yeah. I love your mindset. Okay, I am gonna share my screen. And if you guys see me bouncing back and forth, it's because I have 5 screens in front of me. That is how I live my life. So if you see me looking around, that is me. Like, I don't know how people survive without multiple screens, but it's like the USS Enterprise over here. Okay. All right, everybody see it on the screen? Good. Okay, excellent. Okay. This is kind of a combo from Workman Success Business Plans, an old Keller Williams business plan. Rick Chiha and I took it years ago and we kind of made it our own. And if you have not done one or you have done one this year, I'm sorry if you've already started yours, but we're already into, well into and almost into the second quarter. But if you haven't done one, we're going to talk about it today anyway, like either way. So I feel very strongly about business plans, guys, very, very strongly. Okay. And if you don't have one, I really want you to really get into this today. It's very hard to work towards something if you don't even know what you're working towards. Very, very difficult. Now, if you did one at the beginning of the year and you have really not made yourself, like you haven't made any progress towards it, then let's work on one now. Let's just start from scratch. Let's just say today is day one. All right. That's okay. Look, I haven't met my goals either. Okay. My year has not gone as planned. Honestly, really just has not. And that's okay. It's all right because you can start over today. So what I want you to do for just a moment, and the reason that we start at 5 years is because you need to start with a creative mind, like really creative mind. And then you can start from that space and then build into I just want you to okay, everybody stop for 1 second. Close your eyes. I know. Don't overthink it. In your mind, envision in 5 years, like 5 years, what your life could look like in your business. Like if you could dream it, really dream it, what would it look like for you? Now, I want you to think about it from the perspective of, is it number of units? Is it what are you earning in gross commission income? Is it a team size? Is it all of those things, right? In 5 years, like a real dream, like absolutely and see it in your mind's eye. Is it the number of people? Are you a team leader? Is it just like, okay, I just closed 100 units this year? Is it that I closed 30 units this year? I'm not making this dream up for you. It's got to be your dream. What does that business look like for you? 5 years, guys. So this is a big dream, right? This is not 1 year. This is not 6 months. This is 5 years from now. And then when you've kind of started thinking that, I want you to envision what your life looks like as a result of the business that you've created from that. Okay. And what does that look like for you? Does it mean that I have no debt? Does it mean that I've purchased the house of my dreams? Does it mean that I've paid for college for my kids? Like all of the things that have happened as a result of what business looks like in 5 years. Okay. So you have to think about both things because the magic happens from the beauty of the business that you've created from the 5 years. So while you're thinking about the business, think about what's happening inside of your life as a result of the business in 5 years. Okay. And that's what I want you to think about putting on that line. Okay. So start filling out that line. And if you didn't print this out, that's okay. Just get a piece of paper and write 5 years business, right? And then 5 years life underneath that. Now, sometimes it's hard, right? You're like, oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's okay. Spitball it. This does not have to be perfect. I want you to understand that your strategic plan and part of this is always moving. Okay. Your business plan should be like, I usually do it with pencil. It's because this is a working document that you have all the time. If Rick Chiha was still with us and you had his backpack, his was in it all the time. It was a piece of, it was like literally like a document that was in there and always with him. And he was always making notes on it because it's not something you create once and you never look at again. It's changing. And as things happen as well, you're like, check. Like, achieved, right? But sometimes you see things or you think of things and you're like, oh, I'm going to add that. Okay. Because you just thought of something you wanted or something that you felt like, oh, I want to add that to my strategic plan. I want to add that to my 5-year plan. So don't think that this is a one and done. I created my business plan. I'm never going to look at it again. Sometimes you see something and you're like, I'm adding that. Okay. I just had something that happened this morning, like, well, last night into this morning, and it was a personal thing. Okay. That's my family is going through some things. And I was literally like, okay, adding this to my plan that I have the ability to take care of my family's health needs, like my parents. And I was like, this is going on my strategic plan, like to be able to earn enough to put them in some place where I feel like they're safe and I can take care of their health needs. Like that became part of my strategic plan as a result of something that happened, right? Something happens in your life and you're like, that's now really deeply important, right? So I want you to think about that. What does it look like in 5 years? Now, as we move down, then it's like, what do I want to achieve in 1 year? So you have to look at that 5-year plan. And now you're like, okay, if I was to now take a look at it, what would I have to achieve in 1 year? So I'm looking at 5 years. Let's say your goal is, let's say it's 100 units. I want to close 100 units in 5 years. By the way, that's totally achievable. What would it look like in 1 year? So if I'm currently, let's just say I'm Maya and I'm brand spanking new. Okay. What's a realistic goal for 1 year? If my goal is 100 units in 5. Anybody care to just throw a number out there? Maya, what's yours?
My goal?
Yeah.
Specifically or units?
You want to share a unit goal for 1 year?
Oh, I think for me in a year, for my first year, I think 15 units would be
that.
good.
Love that. Okay. So when we break it down from 5 to 1, we're looking at like, what are the attainable pieces I can get to work up to the 5-year, right? Like what feels manageable to get to that point, and what do I want to achieve in my life in that 1 year, right? And sometimes it's like, if I know that I want to pay off all of my debt by 5 years, let's say I have debt now, it might be, oh, I want to pay off my credit card, right? Or like, and by 5 years, it might be my mortgage, right? So think about situations like that. So sometimes we have to sit with this for a little bit, right? Strategic plan might not be something that we can think of in one sitting. And I would encourage you to take it one step further, even with the 6 months, right? These are like breaking it down even further. Anybody here do a vision board? Yay, I love it. I love it. I realized the other day I hadn't done one in a minute. And I was like, take it one step further. I know it sounds hokey. Okay, for those of you that are like, meh. Okay, I have a very good friend of mine that's another master coach. Okay, first of all, let me just premise this with the fact that she has about 30 people on her team, and all of them but one are women. They do them in their pajamas, their vision boards. And I was like, so it is more fun for them. But the reason that we do vision boards is because when you're having a truly crappy day, let's say you're prospecting like crazy and everyone tells you no, every call is a no, and they're hanging up on you and they're calling your names, you can look over that vision board and remind yourself while you're doing it. Right? Sometimes we're visual. Most of us are visual. We really are. And when you're really having a crappy day and you're like, I'm doing this for that, I'm working towards that, right? Sometimes it's that picture of your own house. I'm paying off my mortgage, or it's a picture of your kids and you're like, I'm paying for college, or, whatever that is. Like for me right now, it's my grandbaby. I know I have a grandbaby. Let's just be real. I have a grandbaby. It's my very first one. And I'm like, oh, I'm doing that for her. Whatever that is, you put that over there so that when you are in that mindset space that you're like, why am I getting yelled at today? Why is this what I'm doing for a living? You just tilt your head over for a second and you're like, that's why. That's why. So when you finish this strategic plan, I encourage you to make a vision board that reflects it. Okay. It reminds you why you do what you do. It's not easy doing what we do, guys. It's not easy. I was just listening to this thing the other day. It was Cleve Gaddis. He's another master coach at Workman, and he was doing it, and there were like, I don't know how many hundreds of people on. And he said, where do we rank sometimes? It's like right, just barely above used car salesman or ambulance chaser, like how people feel. And especially right now, we're getting a lot of flack out there in the media. And it's really hard when people are hanging up on you and doing all of these, having all of this commentary. And you have to like keep your mindset up, right? You have to keep that up. So when you feel that way, you've got to figure out like, how do I get back to the phone, right? How do I get back to what I'm doing? So I encourage you to continue thinking about this. I'm not asking you to finish it right now because it's going to always grow. Like I said, I just had one this morning, right? I got up and I was like, this probably needs to get added to my strategic plan, right? Anybody care to share anything they added to theirs or thoughts or processes on their strategic plan? We like to call it a big, hairy, audacious goal. Rick and I call them BHAGs. big, hairy, audacious goal. Anybody have one? No?
Like for personal or for
Either one, business or personal.
Okay. I think for me, personally, my motivation has been to pay off my house. And I really do think it's attainable. I just have to put in the work and get certain amount of units. So I already kind of calculated that. I have to have at least 20 units every year in order to attain that. So I know it's attainable. I just think this market shift has really put me down this year because the last year I did 27 units. And then this year I was like, oh, I want to do 20 at least, a little bit less, because I knew the market was kind of shifting. So the first 3 months have been really slow.
Okay. I love that. Do you know, one of my favorite things about being a coach was, and this is the way I look at all things with real estate. It's my favorite thing about real estate, guys, is we are in direct control of the income that we earn for the most part. So I'll never forget, I used to coach a big team in Atlanta, and there was a woman who was fairly new to real estate, and she was a buyer's agent on the team, and she was doing her business plan. And on her goal sheet, she had written that she very much wanted to take her family of 6 to France. And I said, oh, I just love this. I love this. And I said, okay. And she was like, yeah, but it's like a far off goal. And I said, oh, why is it a far off goal? And she said, well, I just, it's like, that's a lot of money. And I just don't know when or if that's going to happen. And I said, okay, why is that? And she's like, well, it's so expensive. So I don't know when that's going to happen. I said, okay, well, I have an assignment for you. And she said, okay. And I said, well, I need to know, like, what's the cost of this trip that you think is so far off? And I said, because right now it's this goal and we don't know what it cost and you feel like it's so far off. And she said, okay. And I said, so when are we going? And she's like, oh, I don't know, I guess spring break, maybe when the kids are off. I said, okay, great. So here's how goals work, guys. This is what I want you to pay attention. I said, when you want to go? She's like, yes. And I was like, are we flying coach or are we flying first class? And she's like, I said, if you could go, how do you want to go? She's like, I guess I'd want to go first class. I'm like, great. It's a long trip. Okay. So I was like, we're going to go home and we're going to find out what it costs to fly first class that week of spring break. Great. She's like, okay. I was like, and where are we staying? And she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, great. We're going to go home. We're going to find out where we're staying. We're staying at a nice hotel. Which hotel are we staying at? Like, what do we, oh, she's like, okay. I was like, and what are we doing while we're there? And she's like, I don't know. I guess I want to go to the, I was like, great. We're going to make a whole list of all the things that we're doing while we're there, all the things we want to do. We're going to find out how much that costs. She's like, okay. I was like, and like, are we eating? What are we staying in an Airbnb? Like, okay, whatever that, what does that look like? And I was like, come back to me when you've done the whole budget. You figured it out. You planned it out. We know how much it costs. All the things. She came back 2 weeks later. She'd worked out the whole thing. I was like, great. She gave me the amount. It's like, terrific. This is how much it costs. Family of 6. We had the whole thing. I was like, all right, now here's your average price point of a house that sells in your market. Yep. Okay. And here's your split with your current team leader. Great. Here's your average commission. Da, 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 da. We figured it out. I was like, so on average, this is what you make every time you sell a house. And she's like, yeah. I was like, terrific. Okay. Here's the cost of the trip. So da, 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 did a little bit of math. So I was like, so if you sold 4 extra houses this year, you could go on that trip. She's like, what? I was like, so if you sold 4 extra houses this year, you could take your family on that trip. Do you think you could sell 4 extra houses this year? She was like, that's it? I only need to sell 4 extra houses? I was like, that's it. I was like, you want to go to France? She was like, oh my God, I'm going to go sell 4 extra houses. Guys, everything we do is broken down by how many houses we sell. Literally every goal you have in your life can be calculated down to how many houses you sell. Everything you put on that sheet. I want to pay off my mortgage. Great. How many houses do you want to sell? I want to buy a boat. Great. How many houses do you need to sell? I want to pay off my credit card. How many houses do you need to sell? We have more control over what we earn than anybody working in a corporate job. They can't say, I'm going to go to my boss and ask for a raise, and then I think I can pay off my debt. It will take you years because you might make an extra $1 an hour. We have direct control. We can go sell 2 more houses. We can go sell 6 more houses. You have the ability by changing your activities and what you do every day. Okay, break it down. Every goal you have and say, here's my average gross commission income after my splits and everything that I have. And what do I need to do? How many houses do I have to sell to achieve it? Does that make sense? Direct control. And don't tell me it's based on the market. Oh, I really love it when people tell me that, because I will pull up your MLS wherever you live and tell you how many houses went pending yesterday. I really love it when people tell me that. I'm like, oh, really? Yes, the market has been a little bit tougher, but I can guarantee you that houses went pending yesterday. I don't care what market you're in. It just wasn't you. Why? Why? I guarantee you whatever goal you put on the strategic plan can be answered by the number of houses you sell. Okay? Break it down. Figure out what your average commission is and answer every one of those things that you put on there by how many houses it equals. Right next to it. Whatever it is. If your average commission is 14,000, if it's 4,000, I don't care what it is. Right next to it. Equals 2 houses, equals 1 house, equals 3 houses, every single one of them. It's very incentivizing, whatever that goal is, right next to it. I had one person that actually literally right next to it put little pictures of houses that she downloaded from Canva. And then she was like, check, next to the little thing. Like, it's very incentivizing when you know how many houses it takes to achieve the goal. Very incentivizing. Okay. Everything can be broken down by how many houses you have to sell. All right. Any questions before I keep moving on? No. Okay. So how will I know I'm making progress? Exactly what we just said, right? You're going to know by what you're earning and what you're doing. For you, it's going to, like, it depends on what your thing is. If it's units, if it's income, everybody's different. Like, some people prefer to say, how many houses is it, or how much income I'm making. It's really up to you. I'm not going to tell you what to put. Some people are very focused on the actual number as far as income. Some people are very focused on units. It's going to be everybody's different. I'm not going to tell you which one to put. Some people, you know, it just depends on what you are focused on in that sense. Anybody here want to be an icon? Everybody here in EXP? Anybody outside of EXP? I don't know if I think everybody here is EXP. Love it when you want to be an icon because you get your full $16,000.
I just want to say, like, I'm in the process. I haven't quite joined, but I have a meeting on Friday and I don't know anything about EXP. Well, I won't say anything, but I don't know a lot about EXP.
Got
so
it.
it's a little bit of a foreign language.
Got it. Okay. Well, we're brand agnostic here, so we will not try to recruit you. So we do love it. We do love it. But congratulations to all of those that are trying to be icon. So I do want you to think about number 8. What do you feel like is your biggest pain in your business right now? Anybody feel like sharing? Like, what do you think is your biggest pain? And I always love the answer to this.
I will.
Yep.
My biggest pain right now is my marketing, my listing presentation, my buyer's presentation. I feel like I have the confidence to walk into an appointment, but I don't have the proper documentation. I mean, besides what I just print out from the MLS and just a few other things, like I don't have anything, I don't have a set like listing presentation, a really good one. And I feel like that holds me back. If I had a better one, I feel like I'd have a lot more confidence walking into a listing. And I've lost a couple listings recently, I think, because of it.
Okay, interesting. Anybody else?
Yes. My biggest problem is not knowing how to generate leads.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for sharing. We're gonna go over these in order. So-
Mine is making the business predictable, like where I don't like I'm not closing one and then where's my next one coming from. I guess it mirrors Robin with the generating, but also making it predictable.
Okay.
Putting too many.
Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say for mine is my database, my CRM with KV Core. I feel like I need to sort and qualify my database. And that's where I'm kind of struggling right now, is sorting and qualifying them. And then also just picking up the phone and making the calls, because I have a fear of rejection with some of these people. So I need to just pick up the phone and stop being scared.
Okay. Anybody else?
I think mine is just making too many steps to do one thing. You know, do this, do this, do this, so that I can achieve this. And just putting too many barriers in my way. Database is also a big thing. I've been collecting leads for so many years, and there's so many years of people who have never been touched, you know? I mean, it's people tell me you need to just get rid of all of them, and I'm like, you know what, there's gold in there, you know, being able to like call these people. And so I think that too stops me, because it is an overwhelming task and I need to simplify the process. So once again, putting too many barriers to jump over to get to the one thing.
Okay.
My biggest fear is the language. English is my second language, and I just have to talk and get on the call, or, you know, just speak English, but I feel like I'm gonna mess up. And I feel, even with the script, I don't know if I'm confident enough to call people on the leads or whatever. So I think that's my biggest pain right now.
Okay. Is that everybody?
For me, it would be more like how to close the deal while you're on the phone, or just close the lead, as in schedule an appointment or get them a pre-approval, instead of like, just do that small talk and then never get anywhere.
Okay. All right. Maya?
Mine is objection and following up with my leads. I tend to get a lot of leads, but I just lose track. My CRM is all over. But I know I lost a lot of deals because of that, and it hurts seeing all the money dumped out.
Maya, you had one?
I think for me personally, because I'm so new and I am also planning on relocating within the next couple of months, it's kind of this sort of issue of, well, do I start here because I have my parents in the business here in Paso, so do I get started here? You know, it doesn't really make sense to establish myself, especially if I'm going to be moving, but at the same time I want to be able to hit the ground running as soon as I get to San Diego. So it's this kind of overwhelming feeling of, I don't know when to start, but also where to start is my issue.
Thank you, everybody, for sharing.
To add on to that, actually, one last thing. Another thing would be to like, what should I prioritize? Like, is door knocking more efficient? Is open houses more efficient? Should I be making cold calls or scheduling that throughout the week? Just that's another issue too.
Excellent. So a lot of this we'll be going into. Thank you guys for sharing all of this stuff, because it's gonna definitely play into the next 2 days for sure. And I'm sure several of you heard things that you're feeling, right? Feeling. So probably felt like, oh, that sounds familiar. That feels like something I am like, I can relate to right now. So I'm going through this, like the reason that a lot of this came to be as well. So Deborah, I heard what you said about not having a listing presentation, not having a buyer presentation. So you're getting one from this, from this class. It was one that I just pulled and put together because I hear that a lot. People are like, well, I can't do this because I don't have one. I'm like, I haven't done one. I haven't gone on a listing presentation because I don't have one. I'm like, well, how long have you had one? They're like 9 months. I'm like, okay. So first of all, I just want to tell you guys where I got mine. So I'm going to let you guys in on a little teensy secret here. There's this wonderful place. They call it Etsy. It's a beautiful, wonderful place. There is so much out there. That's where I pulled this one, and then I just EXPized it. So if you're not utilizing the tools and resources that are out there, guys, they're like $5 to go out and find stuff that people sell on Etsy. I am the master of utilizing tools and resources that other people have built, because this is one of the biggest hangups, right? Realtors have to be like 47 different people on any given day. That's not sustainable over the long term. Okay, as a coach, I teach people to go and try to be good at one really good thing. One really good thing. Either a buyer's agent or a listing agent. It's really hard to be great at both all the time. You can do it for a while, and then eventually you need to be great at one and hire out the other one. You can't be incredible at marketing and a listing agent and a buyer's agent and SEO and all of these other things. It's not sustainable. You need to eventually outsource. So no, did I go and create this wonderful listing and buyer presentation that I'm giving you? No. I went out and found one and I was like, looks nice. Looks like something I would want to give to people and that they could utilize instantly. And put it into Canva and immediately create their own and be able to go on a listing presentation tomorrow if they needed to. It was like $5. Actually, it wasn't. It was a little bit more than that because I got a nice one. Okay. I did the same thing with the buyer presentation. I did the same thing with the listing presentation. Guys, utilize the resources that are available to us. 20 years, that was not out there, right? We were out there hiring somebody to do it, or we were creating it on our own, but there is a lot out there now. Use the resources that are available to you. I go out and find stuff. Last week, I wanted an amazing door knocking flyer that looked more like our brand in East Bay. I found one. I paid $7.50 for it. It was great. I changed some things on it, but for the most part, sorry about the sun coming in through my window right now, but I went out there and I found one on Etsy that I really liked. Most of the content was what I wanted. I changed the colors. I changed our branding on it. It was $7.50. Is that worth it? Yes. I spent 10 minutes changing the content for $7.50, 100% worth it. Okay. Use the tools and resources that are available to you. Okay. So don't overthink it. Don't overspend. Don't spend time and energy. This is the beauty of what's out there. Okay. There are tools and resources that are available to you. People, like when somebody else said marketing and things like that are out there, right? This is what agents get caught up on. They're like, think they have to learn all of these things. Do not. If you're not using things like Fiverr, okay, Fiverr, Fiverr. Okay. It's like a gig hiring thing. There are, guys, sorry, the sun is killing me. I used it yesterday as well. We wanted brand new email signatures for the whole team. Another example, guys. Years ago, Rick paid somebody $600 to do this. Clickable email signature so that everything underneath your signature is clickable and goes to links to searching homes and whatever. I found a guy on Fiverr, $90 for 8 team members to do it. Every single thing under it is clickable. Search for homes. Want to know what your home value is worth, everything, right? 8 different email signatures. I posted it on Fiverr, said what I wanted to find. It found a gig worker. He charged me $90 for 8 different email signatures. It has their pictures, the EXP logo, our team logo, all of these things. There are people out there, guys. This is their sole jobs. This is what they do. Most people would have gotten online, looked it up, and been like, how do I figure out how to do this? And would have spent 7 hours. Raise your hand if that would have been you. Trying to, yeah, I knew there were some of you. You would have been Googling how to do it yourself and spending 7 hours trying to figure out how to do that. By the way, it was $10 for one signature. You would have paid somebody, he would have had it done to you in 1 day. Is that not worth $10? You see what I'm saying? Outsource. Go ahead, Robin.
So when I think about that, like Fiverr in particularly, I get all this like weird, like, what about the security of my stuff? And when I'm paying them, the security of my debit card. I mean, my head goes there. So, because I don't know these people, I've never talked to them, and it's just, you know,
They
so
use
that's
stuff
where my
like
head
Venmo.
goes.
They use stuff like Venmo. They use other payment sources and things like that you can use in there. If you're uncomfortable with the stuff like that. It's not like you're giving anybody your direct credit card.
But like if I wanted them to do something on my KV Core, I would have to give them like my passcode and stuff.
Yeah, that's
of that.
Yeah, you would.
So yeah, I just have to figure out how to get out of that 6 inches between my ears, you know, with that. Then I know I could move forward over that barrier.
Yep. That's a mindset thing.
Yeah.
That's a mindset thing. I mean, we have a guy that we offer through our organization that does stuff for people for KV Core. And like people pay him and he cleans up their whole KV Core. But again, you're giving somebody access. You have to, guys, this is mindset. Like you have to decide what is worth your time. Every hour that you spend doing activities like that, I'm going to call those $12 an hour activities. You could be selling a house. Now, what do you earn an hour when you're selling a house? Go ahead, tell me.
A lot more than $12.
A lot more than $12. Every second that you spend doing marketing and doing all of those different things, you could be on the phone, going to a listing appointment, or handling a buyer and selling a house. Okay, you gotta do the math. You gotta stop and look at it and say, am I posting on social media? Am I sitting here trying to figure out how to create a listing presentation? Or could I get on Etsy, find one, do it, get it done, be done? Right? It is like literally every day I stop and go, am I doing $12 an hour activities? Stop. What can I be outsourcing?
I have a quick question.
Yep.
When you are, when you are hiring people to do that kind of thing for you, I understand that EXP has their own guidelines of like, you know, fonts and logos and things like that. Do you use kind of like your own logos for your team? Because I know that it's important to market yourself rather than the brokerage that you're with, but I also understand that they require that you submit those marketing tools to be approved. So I've kind of been stuck on not really knowing what to do when it comes to marketing. It took me maybe like 3 weeks to figure out what I wanted to do with my business cards. And so at that rate, obviously a lot, you know, of marketing is going to take longer than that.
We are gonna, one moment. Okay. So, and I'm just reviewing what you guys sent me. So, I just don't want you to get bogged down in doing, and I always call them $12 an hour activities. And in reality, most of the time it's way less, guys, if you're outsourcing stuff to things like Fiverr. I've used Fiverr, I've used Upwork. Those are two really good ones to use if you want to outsource to stuff. If you've got like a crazy spreadsheet, guys, anything like that, those companies, those are gig workers. Those are people like in Eastern Europe and like gosh knows where. These are people that will do it for like, I'm not kidding, a crazy little amount of money. Because it's literally all they do. That's what they do for a living. So they can do it so fast and you're spending hours trying to figure something out and like they will zip that puppy back to you in like 10 minutes. It's insane. Linda, go ahead.
Quick question on that, because I've heard of other agents doing it and I just haven't implemented that in my business, is doing like a la carte almost thing with real estate to kind of show the value proposition with sellers, because there's so much negotiating back and forth on the commission, because obviously that's always negotiable. 6% is there's no standard basically. So a lot of sellers are like, oh, will you do it for 4%, 3%? And it's like keeps going down, down, down. And so what a lot of agents are doing is they're kind of like making like a la carte
Menu of services.
like a menu of services. If you want this type of commission, this is what you're going to get. No, do you think that that's something that is good to do, especially with how everything's going with the NAR settlement? And do you think we should even invest in something like that? And then also for buyers as well, because now I feel like we have to do that with the buyers now too,
I
to
love
show
that question.
value with them as well, because they might be paying for our commission. And so they're going to want to know, like, what are you doing? And how are you going to earn that commission?
I love this question. So in the team I ran in New York, we actually did offer a menu of services for our listings. We had a platinum, gold, and silver plan. And that was what our commission structure was. And so it was like, if you wanted this commission on the listing, this is what the platinum plan offered. And in it was all of the things we offered for that. Now, there was a strategy behind this. Let me explain to you what it was. Our minimum commission that we would take was the silver plan, the lowest. Okay, like that was the minimum that we would ever take normally. Shauna, your puppy is so cute. So our minimum was the silver. But the strategy behind it is, guys, there's a psychological aspect to this. People like to be given options, and when given options, they almost always choose the middle one. So when you give them 3, they're almost always going to choose whatever is in the middle. Okay, so the gold plan was what we normally offered no matter what. That was our normal listing strategy and what we always offered out for marketing anyway. Pictures, 3D tour, aerial, whatever. So when given 3 options, they're going to choose the middle. Now, if you had somebody who was cheap, like they were like, oh, well, I want the silver plan, we'd be like, okay, it's still our lowest commission structure we would normally offer anyway. So I'd be like, whatever, but that's what you're getting as a result of it. Like we would take the 3D tour off. Okay, so it saves me money because I'm not paying somebody to do the 3D tour. But sometimes somebody would want the platinum because they felt like they were bougie, and they were like, I only want the platinum. Like, fine, whatever. So I got a higher commission and I was paying for more things, right? I'd have an aerial drone come through and do the video, whatever. But people like options, so that's why we did it. And psychologically speaking, they're going to choose the middle. All right, they just like it. So that's why we started doing it. And it meant that we were typically getting 0.5% more than what our standard was, which was the silver. So it worked out for us. So something to consider. And yes, we are now talking about possibly considering the same thing for buyers, if that starts happening. Go ahead, Robin, you had a question.
How do you handle the objection of, well, other agents do all this stuff for free?
Nobody does it for free.
Really?
That's a listing. That was for a listing. Nobody does it for free.
Well, no, I mean, like the aerial and the 3D tour and
not free. It's all part of the commission.
Like that. Really?
Yeah, it wasn't for free. No, that's for free. That's part of your listing commission. Yeah, so none of that's for free. That was all based on whatever the percentage was, right? So those menus of services were showing what we were giving them based on whatever commission structure they were choosing. So for us, it was like, hey, this is 5%, 5.5%, 6%, whatever it was, like, depending on what it was. So it was, nothing was free. It was just like, oh, well, if you want to choose a lesser commission structure, then you're going to get fewer services as a result of that. Right? That was the idea behind it. And it was very effective for us. And Linda, in answer to your question, so now we're starting thinking through the buyer commission structure change. We were like, okay, well, do we offer a menu of services to buyers? Well, if the buyers have to start paying that, we'll offer a menu of services as well. Well, we'll do this, but maybe we won't do inspections, or maybe we won't attend inspections, or maybe what does that look like? I don't know. We're still pondering it. Like, I have a menu of services, same concept. So guys, you have to get creative in times like these. But with the listing side of it, it was very, very effective for us. And again, it was psychologically speaking, when people are given options, they're almost always going to choose the middle. So choose something that's going to be very effective for you. Your lowest commission that you're willing to accept is the lowest plan. So if your standard commission is 6%, that better be the silver plan. Because you want them choosing the middle one. 6.5. Get more. But you have to show them, and then you have to be willing to do all of those things. Okay. You have to be willing and showing them that you're doing all of those things. Okay. So we're going to address, I wrote the list of all the things that you guys said, the big things that were the biggest pain in your business. And yes, we will be addressing all of those things. But I did want to reference that if you are spending your time on $12 an hour activities, and I do call it that a lot, so you'll see why, please look into outsourcing every second. And I want you to start keeping a little notepad next to your desk, guys. Every time that you stop and you realize you're doing one of those things, you better write it down on that notepad and start thinking, who could I outsource this to? I do it to myself all the time. There's almost always a little piece of paper right here. And unfortunately, I'm like, oh, can I ask Laura to do this? Like, because I'm not good at outsourcing things to Laura. She knows. She's like, Selena, what can I help you with today? And I'm not good at asking for help. But you need to be considering that. And by the way, guys, Laura is a virtual assistant. Laura, tell them where you're located. Hang on, she's coming off mute.
I'm from Argentina.
Yeah. So she's not in California with me. She's in Argentina. So, and she's wonderful. She does not have to be sitting next to me to be amazing. So also something you should consider if you're looking for an assistant. We could talk about that later. Okay. So moving on, what's going really well for you in your business? Now, this is what I want you to think about. What are you great at doing? What's your superpower? What's your superpower? Because we need to think about that, and then we need to like really implement it. It's different for everybody. Some people are great at listings. Some people are great at buyers. Some are great at systems. Like, what's your superpower? Okay. Everything else, we need to work on outsourcing. Over time. Doesn't have to be immediately. Everything else needs to be outsourced eventually. When you are working on your superpower and that's your passion and you are just kicking butt at it, business just happens like magic. When you're bogged down in all the other stuff, business is not happening.
I have a question. What if you've like been stuck and you need to like reset in everything, and honestly, like you're like, oh gosh, what's my superpower? Like I haven't closed a deal in like 4 months, or like I guess I'm kind of having a hard time with what's my superpower when you're feeling like you need to get unstuck.
Ask someone what they think your superpower is. You have someone close to you?
Oh, at this moment, no. I mean, like outside of this meeting, yeah, I can ask somebody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like ask someone. Like sometimes we get, okay, so that's a very vulnerable thing, by the way, to say. Like it is. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Boy, I can get there too.
That's like one of your superpowers, Tina. Right there, saying it like you feel it and being vulnerable. That's hard to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your superpower could be resetting yourself as well. Sometimes we forget as we go on in life and being in sales, the basic things that got us to where we are. Sometimes you just have to stop and go back to those basics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
I think it's really hard too. Like, right now it's been really hard even as a coach to listen to so many people struggle this last year, like really, really struggle. And it's why this class came about, right? and just being completely transparent. So I have access to, we have about 3,600 people in our EXP organization, and I get access to the whole org. I get to see every month, I get a spreadsheet, right? And it tells me how they're doing. And so last year when I got it, I saw it and I was like, oh my, that's how this came to be. Less than, well, I think it was, so out of that, I'm trying to remember exactly how many, actually, I probably still have it up on the thing. Yeah. At the time I ran it at 6 months, it was almost 3,000 people. Only 350 people had closed a transaction in the first 6 months. Yeah. And I was like, oh crap. Because first of all, that's a lot of people in a spreadsheet. And that's a whole lot of people who hadn't closed even one deal. And that's just a microcosm of the whole EXP organization, right? But that was telling to me. And I was like, okay, something's got to shift, right? Like what's happening in our industry that out of this piece of the pie, so few people have closed anything. And then that was how this came about. I was like, what can I do different? Like I've been teaching these classes that are 13 weeks long, 9 weeks long, whatever, and nothing's shifting. And when I started reaching out to people, it was mindset, Tina, it was mindset, right? What people were hearing, shifting market, this, that, you know, it was harder to get business. And at Workman, we track a ton of stuff because we have a lot of clients, right? We were tracking, and the number of people you had to call to convert had doubled. Like, because we track daily success habits, like down, like crazy numbers that we track. And it was like, you had to call twice as many people to convert. Like that was insane. Like we've been tracking it for years and years and years. And so that mindset of like, and again, it's not fair to count the years before that because COVID was insanity, right? You kind of have to just take those years completely out of the mix, right? Like business was quite literally falling from the sky, guys. It was like you didn't even have to do anything. Like it was just like falling. But before that, it was like fairly normal to be able to just like make a certain number of calls and convert business. And then now it's gotten a little bit harder. And so the mindset has really shifted significantly. And so what does that mean for agents out there, right? All of this is sort of playing a part, and then mix that with everyone feeling the way that they're feeling about, you know, interest rates, et cetera. When in reality, it's really not that unusual of an interest rate if you go back and look historically. However, we're all allowing all of these things to impact what we do and how we show up every day. It does. But we're deciding that. We get up and we decide how that's going to impact us and how we respond. Now, what I want to tell you though is that then impacts how we show up on a phone call. And it impacts how we show up in front of someone who says, how's real estate? And it impacts how we show up when we're on social media. And it impacts when we are having any kind of conversation with anybody about real estate. Because it's this, you ready? Now, did that feel like energetic to you about real estate? Does that make you want to buy or sell? Did you feel like anything positive about real estate? Nope. Now, what happens to me when someone says, how is real estate? I'm like, oh my God, it's been the most exciting couple of years ever. I just can't. Crazy times. Like, guys, this has been the most creative, like last 5 years of real estate. Everyone else is like freaking out about NAR. I'm like, first of all, I love buyer agreements. Like, I moved to California and I was like, what do people mean you don't sign buyer agreements? What's wrong with you? Like, in New York, my team was not allowed to operate without them. Couldn't show a house without them, period. End of story. And like every buyer signed them. And it said that if the agent on the other side wasn't offering out commission, our buyers paid it, period. End of story. So I don't even know what you guys are whining about because we've always had it. So it's very strange for me. If you are waking up that day and you are feeling that way, I'm sorry, you're the problem. It's you. Okay, guys, you are in control of how people feel about it. Buyers, sellers, renters, investors, everything. We impact how they feel about it. I'm sorry. I don't pull punches, in case you're wondering. Like, I'm just that kind of coach. Everything that's happening out there is as a result of how agents are showing up right now. Everything. And our mindset is going to impact how every consumer responds. It's up to you on how you show up. To a listing appointment, to a buyer appointment, to social media, to the people in and around you. You decide. Yes, it's been a little bit harder. What does that mean? Work a little harder. The answer is in the basics. There is no secret sauce. You're going to hear that from me for the next 2 days. There is no secret sauce to doing more business, guys. I'm going to tell you that right now. It is doing the basics and doing them consistently. That is the key to the next 30 days. No secret sauce. There never has been. I'm not going to give you some magic lead source that's going to make everything happen. There's no magic beans. Okay. You're going to each decide what your lead sources are when we finish this business plan, and then you're going to go do them. And you're going to do them consistently for 30 straight days. Okay. That's the secret sauce, by the way. Consistency. That's it. He who does it every day wins. Okay. We talk about it at Workman. It's 61 points. It wasn't Workman who came up with it. It was some guy a long time ago who is as nerdy about numbers as I am. Okay. And I am a super big nerd, just so you know. Like, I love freaking numbers and analytics. Okay. Long time ago, he was tracking everything on his team. How many calls they were making, how many appointments they were setting, how many of those were contacts. And when he tracked it all down, he realized that if his team members were doing 61 points consistently every single day, they stayed consistent in business and they were closing at least 2 transactions every month. That's where 61 points came from. That's how the number came to be. It wasn't Workman. It's been out there since way before Workman Success Systems. That's the company I work for and coach for. It was 61 points. If you are just, and please don't just text. Okay. Like, guys, I know there's a fear of the phone. Some of you said it. I wrote it down. Here's what I'm going to tell you. The worst thing they're ever going to do is tell you no. Who cares? Who cares? Next. That's what no means. Next. The next person could tell you yes. That's what you have to think about when you get a no. For those of you that didn't hear, I was on Jesse Zagorski's call the other day, and I did not come up with this. I heard it a long, long time ago. Guys, if I gave you 2 dice, and I said every time that you roll a 7, when I give you these dice, I'm going to give you $10,000. You have 24 hours to roll as many 7s as possible. 24 hours. How many times would you roll the dice? You roll it a lot, wouldn't you? Now, there's going to be a lot of times you don't roll a 7. Lots of times. That's prospecting. That's cold calling. That's door knocking. That's calling old leads, Robin. That's all of that. That is being an agent. But every time you roll a 7, you're going to make 10 grand. Why wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you do it? That's prospecting. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them that are not 7s. But every time you hit that 7, you're going to be like, when? Like, you're going to get an 8 and you're going to be like, crap. But you're going to shake it again. You're going to roll it again. That is prospecting. That's it. There's no secret sauce. You just have to keep rolling. You can't get bogged down in the no. You can't get bogged down in that they just hung up on me. Who cares? You're never going to talk to them again. Like, like, don't get bogged down in it. Just keep moving. Just keep going. Okay? Like, just keep, there's more people. I promise you somebody wants to buy a house. I promise you somebody wants to sell a house. Okay? Just don't let it bog you down. Okay? Just look past it. Okay. I'm going to let you guys work on your personal objectives. These are the things you want for your family, your faith, your fun, your friends, your fitness, your finances. I don't use fitness. I use food. I don't work out. I do not. Food is very important for me. So you can use whatever you want there. Core values. Now, a lot of people say, I don't work on this because I don't currently have a team. Because a lot of times people only equate core values to if I need this, if I have a team. The reason I'm going to ask you to work on this now, you may never want a team. You may want to be a single agent your whole life. That's okay too. I utilize this across everything, whether you're a single agent or you're not. We have included for years and years, whether you're an independent agent or you're a team, I put it in my listing presentation, my buyer presentation, my recruiting presentations. It's everything. This is about what you feel is important to you as a human being and how you work and you operate. Normally, when I tell people to work on core values, I tell you to take a whiteboard or one of those giant stick-em papers or whatever, and start spitballing the words that are important to you, like integrity, community, whatever that is. Try to come up with 6 to 8 words that embody who you are and how you like to work in your business. The reason this is important is because when you are doing a listing presentation, this is reflective of what you are and who you are in your business. We did, as a team in New York, put this in everything we had. Like I said, listing presentation, buyer presentation, it was everything. We actually had it made into peel and stick wallpaper, and it was one giant wall in our office. It was on all of our screensavers in our office. And we presented it every week at our team meeting, somebody who embodied that core value in our office. It's even as an independent agent, I think it's really valuable for sellers and buyers to see what's important to you in your business, what's important about what you feel like you embody. So I encourage you to still work on it. Sometimes it really helps you make a connection with people that maybe you otherwise wouldn't connect with, especially if it's something about faith, church, something that you're involved with, community, whatever that is. So I encourage you to work on it. A lot of people skip this step, and I think it's valuable. If you do decide to grow a team, it's really important for you to feel strongly about this on the front end, because I only hire and fire to core values. 9 times out of 10, when I release someone from the team, I'm pointing at the wall. That's why I'm letting you go. Lack of integrity, or lack of that, or whatever that is. So most of the time, that's how that's going. And when I bring somebody on, they have to sign that they have reviewed the core values or are in full alignment with whatever's there. So it's important to have that. Now, if you are just starting a team, I like to do it with the team. We talk about what are important as core values together. So something to think about there. They feel like they're a part of something as you're designing what it is. So just something to consider. Same thing on mission statement. Do not overthink this. Try to keep it 1 sentence, maybe 2 sentences. This is just about what you feel like you are doing for your business and for the people in your business. So it's like, what am I offering to the people, right? Like, keep it short. Please do not write a full paragraph. Again, we usually put this in our listing presentation, our buyers presentations. It's on our website. So what is it that you offer that makes you unique, or what do you want to be known for? Is it something that you're giving back to the community? Is it that ours is like, oh goodness, improving the lives and businesses of all we serve. Nice and simple. Nice and simple. Don't overthink it. Right? So the reason that this is important is you're telling people a story about you, your culture, what you're about. Okay. And this is something I want you to think about. It's kind of what we talked about before. What do you do better than everybody else? It's your superpower. What's your superpower? Okay. So this is something for you guys to work on. Anybody here ever done a SWOT analysis? Yeah, fun. Only one of you? Really? Crazy. Okay, Cozy has. Okay, a couple people. Okay, this is homework. Some of you are not gonna like this. Okay, so a SWOT analysis, some of this is gonna be for you, and then you have to give it to people in your lives. Okay, sometimes this can be hard to accept, but it's very important for you to get feedback. Okay, SWOT analysis is for you to understand your own strengths and weaknesses, and also what other people are think that opportunities and threats in the marketplace are. So sometimes this can be very revealing. Do not take it personally. This is an opportunity for you to take feedback and grow. Okay, so if you have a spouse or a partner, you have to give it to them. Okay, you're going to find in your book that you have a bunch of blank ones. So when you print it out, you have to give it to them. So we're going to go over it here. Strengths are internal. This is, you have to do one for yourself. Okay. And then you're going to need to explain it to them that this is also what they think are your strengths and what they think are your weaknesses. Opportunities and threats are external. What do they and what do you think are opportunities and threats? We'll go over this now. Your strengths are your personal strengths. What do you think are the advantages that you offer? What do you do better than everybody else? What do you think that other people tell you are your strengths, right? Same things on weaknesses, anything that you feel like you maybe don't do so well, right? What are those weaknesses, or like what are things that you think other competitors do better than you? Be honest with yourself. Ask everyone you give it to be honest with you. Please be open to the feedback. Okay? Don't get mad. Tell them to be honest. This is important. There's a reason for that. We're going to talk about it in a minute. Opportunities and threats are anything that they believe are things that are happening in and around the marketplace. Okay, this is going to be very interesting given what's happened in the last week. Okay, so anything that's happened in technology, anything that's happened in like government, whatever they think could be an opportunity for you in your business, in real estate, whatever that is, it's external, not about you. Anything that's external that they think is an opportunity. Same thing with threats. What are any obstacles? What do they think other competitors are doing that's going to be an obstacle for you in your business? Okay, make sure you explain that to them when they're filling it out. It's very interesting to see what other people think. Now, you should fill it out too, what you think it is. Okay, but it's very interesting to see what other people think it is. Okay, what are external threats? And for you as well, do you have any financial problems, especially if your spouse, see what they're saying, spouse or partner, same concept. Okay, but it's very interesting to get feedback from people in your lives. This is as many people as you can give this to that are close to you. So make as many copies as you can. It's important to see what other people think are threats in the marketplace and opportunities in the marketplace right now, and what they believe are your weaknesses and strengths. Okay, that is homework. When we have it all back, let me zip, 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 zip. What we do for that is this lovely little sheet. We come back and we pair the strengths and opportunities with what they give us. All of those opportunities in the market, we're going to pair your strengths that we're given with what we might be able to work on, right? Anything that's happening in the market, like, hey, you're really good at this thing. How can we work on that together? Now, anything that they say is a weakness, again, accepting the feedback. What can we learn from it? And what can we outsource? Okay. Sometimes we just need to accept the feedback. Sometimes we need to learn a new skill. Sometimes it's mindset. Okay, accepting the feedback. And sometimes we just outsource it. But now we have a list. They're like, you're really terrible at follow-up. Okay. All right, what can we do about it? Right? Your marketing is not so great. Okay, what can we do about it? Right? Now we have a list that we can work from. So don't overthink it. Don't get bogged down by it. Take the feedback, put it in the list, and then we can talk about it. All right. And if anybody wants to reach out to me directly, they don't want to share it or whatever it is, that's fine. We can talk about it. We've got 30 days of class together. All right. So we can say, Selena, I don't know how to respond to this. This feedback was interesting. How do I outsource it? How do I learn from it? Feel free to reach out. Okay. Sometimes it's an awkward thing, or there's like, I don't know how do I respond to this, or how do I learn from it? Sometimes it's like really good feedback, and maybe there's something we can work on. All right. So don't get bogged down about it. Okay. This is my favorite thing. Anybody have anything before we move on?
Selena, yeah. The first page of the SWOT,
Yep.
where, you know, we have all the little helping. How do we express that to the people? Do we
Or give them a copy of it?
copy of this and then a blank one as well then?
Yeah, you can do that. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people are very familiar with it, so you can ask them if they feel like they need a copy of it, but a lot of people have done them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. You bet. Here's my favorite thing. All right. Anybody else have a question before we move on? Yep. Go ahead, Deborah.
When is it due? Or when do you want it done by?
I mean, as quickly as you can. Like,
Okay.
we've got the next 30 days of huddles and whatnot, but not everybody gets them back as quickly. But I'd love it if you wanted to share what yours was with me at some point.
Okay.
So as soon as you have them, that way we could work on anything that you feel like you need help with outsourcing or learning.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Okay. 4 pillars of income. Anybody familiar with this concept? Yeah, a couple of you. Okay. So the reason that we do 4 pillars and why we call it 4 pillars is a lot of people tend to be really good at one lead source, right? Oh, I'm really great at open houses, or, oh, I'm really good at past clients, or, oh, I do FSBOs or expireds. And I'm going to give you an example of how this worked for the team I ran in New York in the past. We get good at kind of one thing, and then when that one thing goes away or something happens, it's bad. It's really bad. So I'll give you an example. And we were really good at several things, but during the time that I was there, we had worked really hard. It kind of happened by accident that we started doing foreclosures. We were working with a local bank, and they were like, hey, we've got these foreclosures coming in, and we just need a local agent to list them. And we're like, oh, okay, we'll do that. That's great. And what was happening was, it was great. We would list the foreclosure, and usually one of our buyer's agents had an investor that would come in and buy it, and then we'd flip it, and then we'd list it again. We're like, well, that seems to be working pretty nicely. And so then we ended up with another bank that asked us to do it, because they were like, wow, you guys seem to be doing that pretty well. And I was like, we seem to be close, double ending this, and that's working great. And so I was like, I think I'll try to go get the Fannie Mae account, which is, by the way, is really hard to get a Fannie Mae foreclosure account. It took me like 3 years to get approved. But I did it, and we got Fannie Mae, and all of a sudden we were like listing machines on foreclosures, and it became a massive pillar for our business. Now, it was only one of 4, but we were killing it. We ended up with 5 accounts, 5 different REO banks. And again, we were listing it, and then almost always having our buyer's agents buy it. And then we were flipping it, and it was just like a huge source of income for us. And we were like, this is awesome. Like, we're really doing great. Until all of a sudden, foreclosures weren't just really happening much anymore. Like, which is great news for the economy. Not so great news for our team. And all of a sudden the banks were like, we don't really need you anymore. We're cutting down the number of agents that we're using in the marketplace. And we were like, oh, okay. And then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And all of a sudden that whole pillar went away. Now, had that been our only pillar, business would have been dead. Like, I would have had to fire the whole team, and like, we would have been in big trouble. So you understand why we have more than one, right? A lot of people build their entire business on one pillar. The idea behind 4 pillars is that you are not running 25% of every part of your business that way. You are running it as though it's 100%. Does that make sense? Like, you are working every single pillar as though it was your only source of business, so that in case one pillar does not produce that month, you are earning enough from the other pillars to make it. So you have to consider and really think about What are your 4 pillars? How many of you have 4 pillars? Okay, Angel, Robin. I mean, like 4 active, they're working right now. 4 pillars are happening.
So if we want to create a new pillar, can we do that today?
Yep, 100%.
But what if we don't even know how to work? Like, let's just say the foreclosures. I haven't done very many foreclosures, but I feel like a lot more short, or maybe even short sales. Short sales, I'm starting to see a whole lot more of those. So if I want to start focusing on short sales, how would I need to take a class on how to do short sales? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So let's talk real quick about pillars, what options there are before we move forward on making any decisions. Okay. As a coach, I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't have this as one of your pillars, I'm going to make it right now. Like you cannot, like nobody can decide any pillars until I tell you what this one has to be. Like, because I'm sorry, I just draw a line in the sand. Every coaching client I've ever had, I'm like, you don't get to decide until you do this one. Top 50. Anybody here not know what top 50 is? It's okay if you don't. Okay. Nobody can put anything on here until they write top 50. And then on the second pillar has to be sphere of influence. Okay. So I'm already giving everybody 2 pillars right now. Like, nobody can write anything else. Okay. So I'm going to tell you what both of those things are. So sphere of influence is everyone you would invite to your wedding or your funeral. On average, that's between 200 and 300 people. And if you tell me that you don't know 200 and 300 people, I'm going to tell you that you're lying. And I'm going to tell you to start a list today. And I'm going to tell you that you do. And start a spreadsheet. Actually, I'm going to give you one later today. So don't start one because you're getting one. You're all getting a top 50 and a sphere of influence spreadsheet as part of this course. So sphere of influence is everyone you would invite to your wedding or your funeral. So that's 1 pillar already, because all those people better know that you're in real estate. Now we're going to talk about why you're not selling them a house. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Top 50 are the top 50 people in your life that you believe that if they were having a conversation about real estate in their life, they would mention your name. The average person talks about real estate in a social setting 8 to 12 times a year.
Question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if in your sphere and what if in your top 50 people, I don't want to say competing, but it is, I guess technically it would be competing against another family member, because you've got a family member that's close, that's also a real estate agent, but like we don't work together. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like we would be competing with our sphere. Also, how do you deal with that?
He who says the most and talks the most wins.
Okay.
So here's the way top 50 and sphere of influence works. Okay. You're not selling them real estate. This is where people get hung up. They're like, I don't want to call my family and ask them if they want to buy a house. Great. I don't want you to call them, ask them if they want to buy a house either. Like if you do that, you're doing it wrong. You're not asking them if they want to buy or sell real estate. If you do, I'm going to like jump through the Zoom and smack you. Okay. That is not what's happening. You are making sure that they remember that you're in business. Okay. Because they are talking about real estate in their own lives 8 to 12 times a year. So when they are in a social setting and they're like, hey, Jim, how's it going? Blah, blah, blah. And Jim says, oh my gosh, I'm thinking about selling my house. Oh God, Jim, you should talk to Deborah. Deborah's in real estate and she's in your market, or Deborah's in real estate and Deborah probably knows somebody in your market who sells real estate. You should talk to Deborah so she can find you a great agent, because I just talked to Deborah last month and Deborah's telling me about how great her business is doing, or that she works for EXP and they have agents everywhere and blah, blah, blah. And the only way they're going to do that is because you talk to Jim every month to remind him that you're in real estate. Not because you called Jim and said, Jim, you thinking about selling your house? Okay. Everybody does it wrong. It is not a sales call. It is a, hey, Jim, how's it going? We call it Ford: family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. It's the Ford script. Hey, Jim, how's the family? It's going great. How's the job going? Now, when you ask Jim how his job is going, what's Jim going to do? Jim's going to ask you how your job's going. And you're going to say, oh my God, Jim, my job's going great. It's so great. I love my job. Being a realtor is so fun. Oh, my dream this year is to help 24 families with their real estate goals and their needs. And I am working so hard at it. As a matter of fact, I know that we talk about it every single month, but like if you hear of anybody who's looking to buy or sell real estate, I'm really intent on reaching my goals this year. And I would just love it if you think of anybody or you hear of anybody when you're talking to folks, if you would just make sure to let me know or give them my name or information, because I really want to reach my goals this year. People love to help you reach your goals. You tell them that you have a goal, they like get all up in that. Okay, but they only know it if you say it. And they only know it if you say it, if you call them. Top 50, you talk to all the time. Those are your people. Like that's your tribe. And they only make it to your top 50, by the way, if they refer you one piece of business every year. So it's like VIP. And by the way, you can tell them that. Jim, I'd really like you to stay on my top 50 list. And the only way to do that is if you refer me. And like, by the way, top 50 gets like special treatment. Okay, so you're sending them something, you're inviting them to like wine nights or like stuff like that. Like we have a whole thing, you're going to get it as part of the top 50 stuff that I send you. But like there's a whole thing for top 50. They're your tribe. Those are like your people. Sphere of influence, yes, still very important. But top 50 are your peeps. I have people that do like, they have a special Facebook group. They start to become their own little cohort. Not kidding. They start going to wine nights on their own and like art shows. Like they get to know each other really well. Like because they know, like I have a coaching client. I'm in his top 50 because I've referred him business in Tampa. Every single month without fail for 4 years, I get something in the mail from him. I guarantee you before the end of this week, I'm going to have peeps because I know because he sends me peeps. And then he's like, who do you know? Who's your real estate peeps that need help in the Tampa Bay area? Like every month he sends me something. I get, because I'm in his top 50, because I refer him business, because I used to be from Florida. So as stuff happens from Florida, I get stuff. Like never fails, guys. He never misses. Never misses. It's very easy to run a top 50. You want to know what the key is? Anybody want to guess what the key is? What's the secret sauce?
Consistency.
Consistency.
Yeah.
He never misses. His business has been down for the last 3 months in Florida. It's very weird. It's like a buyer's market over there. He still has never not mailed anything. Go ahead, Robin.
So that kind of like leads to budget, how much do we budget?
Yep.
So, yeah.
He puts it in. So when his months are good, he knows that he still has that in his budget. So, and he maps it out a full year in advance. I do the same thing. My whole year in October, I plan the whole following year for top 50 typically. Like he knows in October, he does the same. I've been coaching him for years. He's been my coaching client for like 5, maybe 6 years. So the prior year, he and his assistants sit down and they decide what they're going to do for the whole next year for top 50. Like they did seeds last month. Like, so sometimes it's very inexpensive, right? It's something that's very mailable. That's like a lot less. And then sometimes he does bigger things. So he tries to keep the price down and he knows exactly what it's going to cost him, but he maps out the whole thing. So he knows what that budget's going to be. And then when he's having a good month, like he buys everything well in advance, but he and his assistant maps out exactly what that cost is going to be so that he knows that no matter what, he can mail that out. He's not missing anything.
Okay.
And then when I did it for the big team in New York, we closed 150 deals a year. So it was a totally different budget. We tried to do one mail out, one event, and one pop by every quarter. So that was what we budgeted because, we were just trying to make sure that we could afford what we needed to afford. So like we would do a lottery ticket in March. We did a pop by of Cocoa Bombs in February. January, it was just a New Year's cards, so that was just mailable. So it was like, you just kind of have to mix it up to see what your budget allows. Kind of depends on what's in there. And then like we did Thanksgiving, we always do a pie giveaway. That's a big deal. We do Costco, by the way, so it's not super pricey. Secondly, get in with your lender or your title people and ask them to offset the cost. Okay. Our lender paid for almost the entire cost of our pie event, and we were giving out 300 pies every year. And he put his information on all of our marketing, and he showed up at Pie Day. Like, those pies are $7 at Costco. Like, we slap a sticker on them. And I'm like, just tell them thank you. But like, hundreds of people show up for pies. That's a massive client event that people freaking love. Could they buy a $7 pie at Costco? Absolutely. But it's a massive top 50 in sphere of influence. All of our past clients get invited, everybody. But our lender loves to come. He gets to see people. It's a great opportunity for him. And he offset the cost of the event. Like, people love that stuff. So don't overthink it thinking you have to pay for it. Get your vendors to offset the cost. And they get cross marketing. So that's why, guys, the biggest lead source for the past 5 years, 5, is top 50 in sphere of influence. You know why? People would rather work with people they know than a complete stranger. And instead, everybody's out there like, where do I go find leads and new business? They would rather work with someone they know than a complete and total stranger. But no one wants to call their own people or people that know them. I guarantee you, put those 2 on here and work them, like really work them. And I'm going to give you the whole thing. It actually looks just like this. Called 8651, the book. It's like a little PDF book. Okay, and it's going to tell you exactly what to do, exactly what to say, exactly what to send, exactly how to get in touch with all of these people. Just please do it consistently. That's the secret sauce. It's literally it. You just call them. Now, everybody says, I don't want to call them. I don't want to ask them to sell their house. And I'm like, good, I don't want you to call them and ask them to sell their house either. That's not the secret. The secret is, who do you know who might want to sell their house? Guys, be vulnerable. Make sure they know this is how you earn your income. Okay? This is what you do for a living. Hey, I'm just trying to meet my goals this year. I'm in real estate. Maya, say I'm new in the business. Hey, I just wanted to make sure you know I got into real estate. This is how I'm doing it this year. Super excited. Can't wait to start selling houses. You know, who do you know who might need to buy or sell? Make sure they know this is what I'm doing. It's powerful. People want to help you. They want to help you grow. And when you tell them that this is what you're doing, and hey, I set this new big, hairy, audacious goal this year. I sold 20 houses last year. I want to sell 30 houses this year. I want to help people with their real estate goals. Hey, who do you think might need my help this year? That's it. People are like, ooh, I don't know. I just talked to somebody last week who was thinking about selling. Let me see if they want to talk to you. It's that easy. Go ahead, Maya.
Quick question. You had mentioned earlier when you're having conversations, sorry, I'm losing my voice, so it's really hard to talk.
You're fine. I can hear you.
When you're having conversations with people to bring up Fords, I was able to get the
Ford.
first 2.
Yep. Family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. It's very simple, guys. You're asking them, how's the family doing? How's work going? Recreation is, do you have any plans for vacation? Like, what are you guys up to? And dreams, like, what are their dreams? What are they working on? What's important to them? And here's the important part, guys, write that stuff down, because the next month when you call them again, you need to reference what they said. People want to be heard. So when you call them the following month and they told you about the family and they said, Tommy just started soccer, the next month when you call, you better say, how's soccer going for Tommy? It's really important. I'm not kidding. You want to say, how's the new job going? Whatever that, how did the vacation in Hawaii go? This is where people miss the boat. You'll see in the spreadsheet that I share with you, there's a notes section. Write it in the notes section so that when you're making the calls and you're going down the spreadsheet and you're updating that you talk to them, that's where you're going to go, oh, Tommy just started soccer. Like whatever that is. Maya, go ahead. I'm sorry. You had another thing.
I had a question about that book that you were referencing, the 8651. Where is that from?
This is from Workman Success. So Terry
Okay.
Murphy, many years ago, she's another master coach. So you'll get it as part of the spreadsheet whenever it comes. It's going to be in a PDF, and it
Okay.
literally tells you exactly what to do.
Okay.
Exactly what to do, step by step. I try to give you guys everything that you need to kind of like step by step. Every step of the way.
A quick question as well. Oh, I see Diego first.
If I could add something to it, something that I learned from my brother that he told me, we all have our clients saved on our phone numbers on your phone book. Every time that I speak with a client, if I'm driving wherever I'm at, on the section of their information, I always put notes in it, 4 bullet points. What do they do? The name of their wife, son, whatever they're doing. So whenever I'm calling them, I have 4 subjects to talk about. I'm literally looking at it. So he's like, dude, this guy remembers. Like, he knows that I'm going on a trip next week, or he knows that my son's playing soccer, or he knows that I work for aerospace. So I'm not going directly sounding like a salesman. I'm trying to sound like your friend, like somebody that I care, which we really do care, because what's happening in their life is going to determine whether they're buying today, tomorrow, 6 months from now, a year from now. So I'll even add those notes, call him back in 6 months and be like, hey, last time we touched bases, A, B, and C was happening in your life. What has been the outcome? And based on the response, okay, he's going to be ready in another 3 months, 1 month. Maybe we can get him pre-approved. Maybe we can just connect him with a lender and then just do like a soft pre-approval. But just having those notes right in front of you, if you're not on your computer, it'll help you out like anytime or anywhere you are, because even I get the call and I always put REB on every client that I have, means real estate buyer. So I'll just go to my phone book, I'll pull it out and then be like, oh, this is Mike. I met him, this restaurant, this night, we were drinking this, blah, blah, blah. So I can already reconnect with them. I mean, we talk to so many people. I have so many past leads, new leads. I'm not gonna remember everything. I can barely remember what brother does. So it gets a lot harder when you're dealing with so many clients, but you also don't want to sound like that agent and be like, dude, I called you. You're supposed to know about me. Like, how do I know about you? So it has happened to me in the past, and I'm looking at it and I have no notes. So I'm trying to just pick, where did we meet? How did we meet? How long ago was it? What was the subject of conversation? And it kind of just makes you sound like a better agent, because it shows that you're paying attention to them, which is what we're supposed to do.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that.
Did you say, Diego, you put the notes in your phone? Okay, that's
Yeah.
smart. That's smart. I love that, because then you don't have to go back to like your database or a piece of paper.
I'll do that, and then I'll like update it on my on my spreadsheet. It's something like how this is how I have it. I'll just put notes about him, like the address, everything. So
Yeah.
as soon as they call me, like either I know where they live, what's going on, because sometimes you're out and about and you don't have your devices with you, but how do you know who they are? It's just
Right. Thank
once
you.
your phone starts ringing, it's hard to keep up with everyone.
It is. It can be
Thank
very,
you.
very hard. That's awesome. That's a great tip. That's a great
Thank
tip.
you. So my question was, back to the the phone call.
Mhm.
Being in the business again a while, Mike Ferry, I think it was Mike Ferry who start out saying this is a business call, or maybe it was another trainer. Is that something, what would you say to that? And then how long, I know this is weird, but like how long, does it matter how long the phone call is, or like, because they try to say like, you start out saying this is a business call. I've never done it that way, but I was just in my head, I've heard it so many times to like set the precedence of this is a business call.
I'm not sure if I would agree with saying that, because I think well, there's 2 things. So top 50 can take a while, because sometimes people complain about that. They're like, oh my God, top 50 calls take forever. So I'm going to give you a little tip. Ready for this?
Yes.
I typically do them just before the top of the hour, or just before like at the half hour. And the reason I do that is I'll say, oh, hey, I have a couple of minutes before my appointment starts, but I was just thinking about you. And then that way it's just before, and then I'll be like, oh, my appointment is here. And so I can get off the phone. I know that sounds terrible, but sometimes top 50 calls can go really long. And I'll be like, oh, they're here. Oh, gotta run. Because sometimes they do. They just take a long time. So that's a little tip or a trick. If you're going to make top 50 calls, you might do it just before it's like 11, so that you can get off. So that's one little tip. I like to be fully transparent and tell them that they're my top 50. I'll be like, hey, I just wanted to let you know that I am considering you my top 50, and let me tell you what that means. And you are what I consider one of the people in my sphere of influence, somebody that I feel like if you were having a conversation in your life about real estate, I feel confident that you would mention my name and that you would refer me business. Does that sound fair?
Nice.
And like guys, like be real. Okay, and tell them like, and I have to audit this list every year. So the only way to stay on the list is to refer me a piece of business. Now, reciprocity is a real thing. You should be keeping track of what they do for a living. Refer them business too.
Yes.
If they're a plumber, if they're an accountant, if they're an attorney, whatever that is, reciprocity works. Make sure that you're referring them business too. Okay, so don't discount the fact that if you are, referring them something, they're going to think about you more often too. Okay, it works. So keep that in mind. But there are a lot of people who are very transparent about what that means for them. Okay, spend time with them too. It should not just be phone calls. Take them to lunch. Be in front of them. Talk to them about what you do and why people would hire you, why people would use you to refer business elsewhere. Talk about the fact that you have access to agents all over the country and all over the world. Doesn't mean that they have to only refer you business locally. They have family everywhere as well. You have access to agents everywhere as well. Okay. Don't be a secret agent. Most people are secret agents. If you don't know what that means, it means that you're sitting over there quietly being a real estate agent, not letting the entire world know that you're in real estate. Half people don't know that that's what you do for a living because you're just like, like the entire world needs to know that that's what you do for a living. So take them to lunch. Like you're going to see it inside the spreadsheet when I send it to you. It came up, gosh, years after we'd started the spreadsheet. You'll see there'll be little drop downs that say that you're either calling them or texting them or inviting them to something. And it was another coach that came up with this, and I thought it was brilliant. It's called a cluster event. So we used to spend all this time taking each person to lunch, like one at a time. And another coach came up with a cluster event, and she found that her top 50, several of them had similar interest. And what that meant was she was like getting to know them when she was talking to them about their recreation and their dreams. And she was like, oh, well, I started having these cluster events so I could take several people out at the same time instead of trying to take 50 people to lunch, right? Like that's really hard to do, or 50 people to coffee. And I said, well, tell me more about that. And she said, well, like these people all love art. So every time there's an art show, I invite these 7 people to the art show. And she's like, and we all go together. And now we kind of have this little group. And so we all go and I see all 7 people at the same time. And I just, order everybody a glass of wine or whatever. And we all get to see each other. I see 7 of us together, and like all of these people like this thing. So we all go and I see all of these people. And then there's like a couple of them where they all have kids. And so if there's like a festival or something, that whole group goes together. And now they've got these little tiny cohorts inside of the top 50. Now they've become their own little groups, but she's able to see a whole group of people at one time instead of onesie twosie. And I was like, that's first of all, brilliant. 2, you get to see a lot more of them at one time instead of trying to figure out how am I going to see all these people or speak to all these people at the same time. And now her top 50 and her sphere of influence are becoming their own like groups inside of that. And now she's got community inside of her past clients. I mean, amazing, right? It's starting to build and build and build and build. So different ways of thinking about it, right? You can't just call them. You need to be like eyeball to eyeball, belly to belly as much as possible with top 50. The more they see you, the more they get in front of you, the more they're going to refer you business. Go ahead, Maya.
So how would you recommend somebody do that when relocating to a new area? Because obviously, like I have an idea as to who would be my top 50 where I'm at now or the previous place that I lived. But when it comes to moving to a new location, how do you establish that? Because that's primarily where you're going to be doing business.
Yep. That's a great question. So for now, you're going to need to focus on being able to mail things to your past. And then as you continue to do new closings, those people are going to become your top 50. Okay, so absolutely create amazing relationships with whoever you start closing moving forward, and those people start becoming your new top 50 as well. Right. So people will tell me, they're like, I don't have a top 50. I don't have enough. I just moved somewhere new. Like I can't get belly to belly as much. People love us when we first sell them a home or we first list and sell their house. Right. So don't let go of them. Okay. That's usually where people make the mistake. They're like, I sold their house and then I just forgot about them and they're just gone now. Like, don't let go of them. Keep them forever from that point forward, and just keep adding them and keep adding them. Now, keep the other ones that you had. Anybody who is in your sphere that you feel like is top 50, just mail them things and call them. Okay. Because you can't get belly to belly with them as often. Right. Like my client, I'm not in Tampa, but he mails me stuff every single month. Like, obviously, we're not belly to belly unless we both happen to go to a workman event, but he mails me stuff and I still refer him business. Like, still do. He still hasn't given up on me. He knows I'm still going to send him stuff. Go ahead. Oh, hang on, Linda.
Okay, so that one of the pillars, can it be social media, or is that
Okay, I feel pretty strongly about this.
what? Okay.
How much business have you gotten from social media?
I've gotten like 1 or 2 clients from social media, from
How many have
videos.
you closed?
Not many. Not none of them.
Okay, there you go. You just answered your own question, Linda.
Okay.
So guys, I'm gonna give you another example. I have a past client and they're in Texas, and he loved to show me all of the leads coming into his KV core from Facebook ads. Thousands. And he would show them to me, and he was spending hundreds of dollars. And I was like, that is amazing. Now show me your close tracker. We have a transaction tracker. Not one. Not one closed transaction from social media ad he was running. All these leads coming in, none of them converted. Okay, guys, it's like, you show me that you can do it. You show me that it's closed, so that it actually happened, that you're doing all the follow-up and that it actually turns into something. I'm happy to say do it. But most of the time, your social media is just being used to be a verification process for a seller or a buyer looking you up online to see that you're real. Okay, they can work. It's the long game, and it's about a 1% conversion rate, if that. Okay, that's why I said, when you're looking at 4 pillars of income, use something that we know is tried and true. Okay, top 50 sphere of influence is going to be far more effective for you. The conversion rate is way, way higher. Go ahead, Tina.
Oh yeah, no, I know a gal, she's kind of like a diamond in the rough realtor that her social media, what she does is she backs it with like events. So it's almost like just like a platform of communication. Like it's just she'll advertise something like for her events. She's like an event planner. So she does very, very well because she keeps the ball rolling. Like, she's always doing monthly and sometimes weekly events. But so I kind of think it's like collaborated, where they see her, she's posting every single day, but she backs it up with like, it's not just keeping her face out there. It's like, kind of get where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
So, I don't do it, but I mean, she's just super great at it, and she's got her funnel coming in through like her events that she does.
Anyone here closing social media leads at a high level?
No, she's
Never?
a rare breed. I'm telling you, she's created this niche of mamas, and she calls it Mama Tribe. And it's taken her about 5 years, but she's got probably over 8 to 10,000, and it just keeps funneling her. It's probably 1 to 2 deals a month, but that's one funnel. But that's her niche. So anyways, I think it's just whatever works for that person.
Yeah.
But that's what I think of when I think of social media, like this gal.
Diego, and then Deborah. I saw you come on for a second.
For me, for the past 6 months, my current listing that now is in escrow came from my social media. I closed one last month, and it was also another friend seeing me on social media. I'm working with a friend now. Well, even though they're friends,
I was gonna say it's a friend.
Yes, but if it's not for me having social media that they see what I'm constantly doing, they probably would have reached out someone else.
Okay.
So their acquaintance friends, I will probably talk to them once a year, twice a year, they just comment on my posts. But I'm constantly showing how active, how busy I am. Even if I'm not busy, I look busy. And it is something that I have learned a lot. My brother, short story, he's been in the game for like 10 years, so he's also like my mentor. He's like, dude, even if you're not busy, you want to sound like you're busy because people want to buy from people that are busy. So I do my own marketing, I do my own like stories, I do my own like previewing homes. So people always like picking my brain, and then I think like my past 3 clients is just because like I had not said one word to them, but they all reach out to me because they're seeing my activity. And I think like my past 3 deals, it just came from like social media slash sphere of influence as well.
Okay. So I want to be clear. I don't have a problem with that. I meant Facebook ads. So I want to be clear. I'm not running. I don't encourage, I'm not saying don't do it, guys. I'm just saying if you're not doing these other things, I don't encourage you to do that versus doing sphere of influence, top 50 past clients and working those in lieu of. So, but go ahead, Rebecca. Sorry.
Just to go kind of based on what Diego was saying, we use social media a lot. My husband and I work together, and he's always on social media. But in regards to using it as an actual pillar, I wouldn't suggest it being an actual pillar to focus on, but it's more of a source to augment a communication with your sphere of influence and with your top 50. To Diego's point, they're seeing you post, oh, we just sold this, or we just helped this family into this home, or I just did this client event. They see that you're active in the community, posting that you're volunteering or posting that you're doing stuff in your community, posting the newest restaurant that just opened up, et cetera. The new builds that just opened up around the corner, or something that the city just passed in regards to rental restrictions and in regards to Airbnbs, et cetera. It just shows that you are on top of your game and you know what's going on in and around the community. And it keeps you in front of your sphere of influence and your top 50 without actually calling them. And then in addition, you're calling them, but it just keeps you, it's just another way of keeping in front of them and people seeing what you're doing without you having to be telling them and like throwing up on them. Oh, I did this and this and this and this and this. That way your phone call can just stick with the forward, and then you move on, and then they can see everything else on social media. So it's more using social media as augmenting the communication. We get tons of referrals from social media just because we're staying in front of people.
I love that. Thank you, Rebecca. I love that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Arsh.
Quick follow-up for Rebecca and Diego. I was just wondering if you guys had multiple like accounts, one personal and one like professional, where you post all your real estate stuff, and then one for your like private and like family and friends. Is there any benefit to that, or do you just recommend using one account because you'll have more followers?
Honestly, I personally, I do not. I feel like if I were to have a second account, I'm just gonna have someone else run it. I feel like I also want to share my business side and my personal life because I'm able to connect with a lot of people. They're like, oh, look, he's not only just a real estate agent talking about they call half hour, talking about these deals, talking about this, this guy also like I play golf, I go work out, I go on hikes. So people can relate. They're like, hey, dude, you play golf? Yeah, dude, let's go play golf next Thursday. Dude, I'm hanging out with this guy for 4 hours. That's all business. You like going on hikes? You like going to restaurants? Oh, dude, like, how do you like the steakhouse? It just opens up communication. The more I can connect with people besides my business, the easier it is for me because you already opening up that door for me to connect with you. The business talk is gonna pop up no matter what. As soon as we're hanging out, as soon as we're talking, hey, how's everything? Dude, good. Dude, I just closed an escrow last week. Blah 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 blah. Now we're talking about business. So it goes from a friendly communication to now we're talking about business. So the more I can connect on a personal life, the easier it is for me to, have a solid lead or a potential lead or, my next client.
Love that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
So we do both. We have personal accounts, and then we also have a business account. We only post business on our business account, but on our personal account, we're posting personal and business, and we're rotating the posts. So it's not just business, 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 business. And it's also not personal, personal, personal. We're doing kind of one of each and rotating them. And when you have a business account and a personal account, you have the ability of when you're going to post something, you can select which accounts you want them to go to. So if I just did, if I am showing property, then I'll post it on both accounts at the same time. So you're only doing one thing and you're just hitting two buttons and it posts simultaneously. Just sold postcard or just sold Canva image, a video. Video is really big right now. So doing video of you showing property or video of, you know, new builds, walking through new builds, etc. You can post to both accounts at the same time. So we utilize both, but I don't put anything personal on our business page. But to Diego's point, I put personal and business on my personal page.
Love that. Go ahead, Maya.
Thanks for the feedback, guys. Appreciate it.
So forgive me, I'm trying to figure out how to properly word this question. Tina had mentioned earlier that there was someone that she had followed on Instagram that kind of marketed herself as, you know, like the mama tribe and whatnot. And as somebody who's A, brand new to the business, but B, you know, my main following is people that I knew from high school or my first year of college, you know, early 20s. How do you find a way to market yourself to the audience of people that are listening and wanting to buy homes? Because unfortunately, you know, not a lot of people in their early 20s are ready to buy. So obviously I want to be able to use my social media as a way to market myself. But I think I'm kind of struggling trying to figure out where to kind of find that niche of people and how to find something, you know, to not only market myself as a realtor, but something else in my life that kind of ties together with it.
I love that question. First of all, don't discount the age. I love that there are more and more younger people buying homes right now. And I think that's a powerful story, Maya, that you have an opportunity to tell. So, you know, first of all, I have children probably older than you. And I love it. Like I have a 23-year-old son who's a Marine. And, you know, he came to me, actually, he was still in Japan when he was there. And he was like, Mom, can you teach a class to my platoon about how to use the VA loan? Because none of them know how to use it. And I think all these guys could buy houses when we get home. And I was like, sure, honey. Like all of these people that don't know that they can buy houses, these young men, right? And they're all living in these, like, you know, whatever they all live in, like, it's terrible. They should not be living where they live. But like, there's all of these opportunities that these people don't know. So Maya, you have an incredible opportunity to tell a story and to create something from that. And that is maybe the story that you start telling is like what's available out there. So maybe that's what you start working on in your business plan is like, what does that look like? What is that story about? What are the opportunities? What are first-time home buyer opportunities? Like that's something you could begin researching and looking out there and seeing like maybe that is your tribe, right? What is that and what you offer for people out there and for young people and not just young people. Okay. First of all, my daughter was in real estate with me for all of 5 minutes when she was younger in New York. And she thought she hated it, by the way, but she was really great at it. And you'll laugh because she's like the exact opposite of me. She has like purple hair and she's like covered in tattoos from here down. But she was really, really good at it in a place that's like super snobby and bougie in New York, just north of Manhattan. But everybody loved her and she was great at it. And she was at the time 20. And she didn't think anyone would ever want to buy with her. And these were $2 million houses, right? And she was like, no one's ever going to want to do real estate with me. And those sellers freaking loved her. And I was like, your hair is purple. Nobody's going to want to do any business with you. And they absolutely did. It's about confidence, Maya, and it's about what you portray and what you put out there. And it's about the behavior that you exhibit in everything that you do. So go into it with the fact that you have a lot to offer. Okay. And that is mindset and confidence and learning and going into everything that you do with knowing that you got a license just like everybody else on this screen.
I was gonna add, that's the key, confidence. And there's so many, like, I can't think of age, like none of us should really, like you said, Selena, like think about age, because then we can sell to a plethora of people. Whether it's parents, I know when I was younger, I did sell to, like, we're big on like community in my town. So focus on like community or alumni. You don't necessarily have to lead the alumni, but it's just, you can sell to their parents, you can sell to their family members. I sold their grandpappy's home that he passed at 102 years old, and it was my alumni, out of high school. So there's just so many just to focus on, not just, it doesn't necessarily have to be a niche because it can come from anywhere. I just wanted to add that.
Yep, there's a lot out there, but I think you have an incredible opportunity, right? You have an incredible opportunity that there's so much that we offer, right? That people, sometimes it's the connection, right? That you don't realize that you're going to have, right? That there's the opportunity, right? The connection. And that's all that you're trying to make with anybody. But by the way, guys, and that's something that a lot of people lose track of. We have seconds, whether it's on the phone or in person, seconds to make a connection with someone. If you haven't read the book Instant Rapport, it's a tiny little book, and you have to get it on like Amazon, and it's like a couple of dollars, but you have to get it like used or whatever. It's a very powerful book. You have only seconds to build rapport with someone, whether that's on the phone, as I mentioned, or in person. And that connection has to be made, right? Like, and you have to figure out, like, what is it about you that's going to make that connection with someone, right? And we're going to, we'll talk about it after the break at lunch, because we will take one at lunch. But you have to figure out, like, how do you connect with all of the different people out there, guys, right? There's so many different styles. We'll talk about DISC. That's what we'll talk about after lunch. But it's, don't put yourself in one spot, Maya, is what I'm saying. Like, you do have an opportunity, because I think there's so much that, I mean, we get the, like, I'm never going to forget my son calling you from Japan and saying that. And he was like, Mom, all these guys, they have no idea that they can use this. And I was like, oh, what an incredible thing, right? All these young men that want to come back. And by the way, they want to buy it because they want investment. How incredible is that? Right? These young folks coming back and being like, they want to buy here. And then whenever they get, and they move to a different base, they want to be able to buy there. And I was like, I love this plan. Can you imagine being 20 years old and starting to think about investment property with their VA loan? Like, they only have to live in it for 2 years and then they can move it. I was like, ha, ha. Like, I wish somebody told me that at 20. Like, wish anybody had told me that at 20. So it's really smart. Like, there's a lot of opportunity there. Go ahead, Robin.
Maya, I think that I believe also that you're in just such a perfect situation. And even though you're going out of town, you still have your people, from, I guess, your hometown or wherever you're at. Well, it'd be awesome to build your business in that too. And EXP has an incredible referral network, so you can keep in touch with those people. And when they start growing out of their shoes and decide to go this way or that way, you could also start referring them, because they already know that you're really good at referring. So a really good referral business is a nice thing to have. Yeah.
I've moved all over the place. Like, I know Casey always asks me, she's like, how long do you stay at places? I'm like, never. I've just lived everywhere. Like, it lets me refer all over the place. Like, who cares? Like, I just move wherever the magic is. So like, it doesn't matter. That's the beauty of being in real estate. People live everywhere, guys. So like, people always need a house. So, okay. So I'm sorry. I know we kind of got a little off track there. So top 50 and sphere of influence, really, guys, if you work those two pillars as two of your pillars and you really, really work them, like, that's two right there. The other two, realistically speaking, pick the one thing you're already really crazy good at. I mean, if you freaking kill it at open houses, that needs to be a pillar. Like, if you go to open houses and you feel like, I connect with every single person who walks in that door and I'm great at converting those leads, please put that as the other pillar. Like if every time that somebody comes in and they're like, I'm not working with an agent and I love you and let's go buy a house, that needs to be a pillar. And then hold open houses every 5 minutes. I mean, guys, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to really talk about it. There are people who are really good at open houses and they hold one a month. I'm going to get mad about it. If you're good at open houses, we're going to do them all the time. And if you don't have enough open houses because you don't have listings, we're going to talk about how you can do more of them. Okay, we're going to have a whole strategy behind every single pillar there is on here. But if you love them, and you're, first of all, I can't stand them. Me and buyers, we don't get along. I'm an introvert, by the way. I know it doesn't seem like I am, but I'm like, but, I'm not a huge fan of spending a lot of time with buyers. But if that's your gig, great. Throw open houses on there and we're going to talk about it. If you are a great listing agent, okay, let's talk about how we're going to go get more listings. Put that on there. Okay, whatever your pillars are, if it's past clients and you have a ton of them, put it on there and then let's talk strategy. Okay, anybody have anything else they want to talk about regarding pillars? Anything specific?
So the last two, you want us to create our own?
Yep, whatever it is. If somebody feels like they need help, anybody work FSBOs or expireds at a high level? I'm going to say they suck right now, but nobody.
I just have a question because I'm a little stuck on it. So I have the top 50, the sphere of influence. I love open houses. I don't have any listings, but I've been contacting agents to hold their open houses because I find a lot of the busy agents don't like
Good job. That's what we were going to talk about for open houses. Excellent.
But also, so I put that one on there. But besides that, so for me personally, I love doing concurrent sales. So a seller selling their house and then buying at the same time and then just managing that whole transaction. I just love doing that. And so, but I'm having a hard time like with lead generating because I've done the Redfin. I hate it. I've done the OpCity. I don't like it. And then I have other agents that keep saying, oh, you should do Zillow Flex, but I don't like those types of lead generating things because when they come to me, I feel like there's no relationship ahead of time. And then I don't know, like I don't like it. I don't like that feeling of like, go show this house to a stranger. They're not pre-qualified, but yet go show it to them anyways. I just don't like that. So I'm kind of stuck on the last pillar. I don't know what to put.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about some other options. And I pulled this up just so that there was some other stuff in here, but anybody here door knock? Okay. Excellent. Rebecca, one, and Parker. Okay.
I have in the past. I just haven't done it lately.
It has been wildly more effective in the last 6 to 9 months than it had been previously. So if you're not willing to consider it, thank you, Parker, for raising your hand. Oh, I think he might be frozen. I was like, he's really holding it up there for a long time. I would consider it if you're not doing it. It's been effective lately. So that's another prospecting tool. Don't be afraid of door knocking. So there's FSBOs, there's expired, there's geographic farming. Anybody here geographic farming? Okay, we've got a couple of folks. Anybody here not know what geographic farming is? Okay, geographic farming is consistently farming to a small or large area, meaning that you have chosen a neighborhood or a specific, like farm, meaning like for instance, I live in a gated community. That's like, if you were to put a radius on it, it would not be effective. But if you like went into the gate and you like mapped it out, that I live in a neighborhood, that it would be considered a farm. And then if you wanted to market to it, you would consistently be mailing and or calling and or door knocking to this farm very consistently in an attempt to get listings and or buyers from it, because typically they would sell and then purchase somewhere else, right? So the key word being there, consistency. Most people start a farm and they do it like maybe twice. And then they're like, I don't understand. I spent money and nothing came from it. When I coach people on geographic farming, I don't actually let them start the farm until they have given me the entire plan and all of the marketing for the entire farm. Not kidding. Like every time I have a coaching client, they're like, I want a geographic farm. I'm like, great. How many times are we sending them something? What does it look like? And you cannot start it until I've seen every single piece of the marketing and exactly what days it's going out, what it says, everything. Then they're allowed to send the first piece. Because what happens is you get busy, and then when it's time to send the second piece, you forget, or you just don't do it, and then it never goes out. And then the key is that people start to see it. They know when it's coming. They know what it looks like. It all looks the same. They're like, oh, there's that piece from Selena. Oh, there's that piece from Selena. Oh, it looks exactly like the piece before. Oh, now I know I'm going to get something from Selena. Oh, it's that time of the month that Selena's going to send me something. The key is in the consistency, and that's where people drop the ball. Geographic farming can be very good if you do it right. Right? Because now they expect something from you. You're giving them piece of value, and there's always a call to action. And by piece of value, I do not mean that you're sending them a recipe. If you send them a recipe, I'm going to be mad. Okay. By value, I mean that you're giving them information about their neighborhood. Like, did you know that houses are currently selling for 5% over asking price and that they're selling in 7 days? Have you been considering selling your home? That's value. A recipe for a peach cobbler? Not value. Deborah, you look like you had a question. I'm sorry, I missed you.
You answered it. I was just wondering what kind of value.
Oh.
Like if we're gonna mail once a month, sometimes it's hard to keep up with what type of value. You don't want to send them the same thing every single month.
List price to sell price ratio, average days on market, things like that. They're looking for information. And by the way, do not send it on the MLS. Do not send them information on the neighborhood, 2 neighborhoods over. They want it on their market. Like they don't care anything about the whole county.
Where do you normally get your stats from? That I've
MLS.
always wondered. You just go into the MLS and
I
type.
pull their exact neighborhood in the MLS. I pull
Okay.
their exact information and I pull the stats for them 100%. Like I will draw the polygon like and do it in there and I will absolutely get their information because that's all they care about. They don't care about the county. They don't care about anything else. They want to know what their neighborhood is doing, and they want it for that time frame for that particular card, right? Like, oh, this is the last 30 days. I want to know what it is. And then like you can show like if something sold last month, they want to know, oh, it was that house and it sold for, $20,000 over asking and it sold in 12 days. That's important for them. They want to know.
Now, is it okay for us to put like a picture and then an address of a house that sold in our neighborhood if we're not the one that sold it, to say like, this is how much? I wasn't really sure if we're allowed to do that.
Yep. That's public information. That's out there.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be your listing.
And in the marketing piece, you can put courtesy of
yeah.
Remax, courtesy of like,
whoever it was.
Small print below the sale. You don't have to like.
Do you have to?
It would be ideal, Deborah, so you don't get a nasty gram. Yes.
You just want to be fully transparent. That's all.
Yeah. Go ahead, Maya.
So when you're saying you're mailing this to them, are you talking about your top 50 VIPs? Are you talking about previous?
No, that's to the farm. That's if you're geographic farm.
Oh, okay. I see. Got it.
Yeah. And guys, and I always recommend like if you're going to start a farm, start with like a farm don't choose a farm, okay. I had an agent that he was like, he chose his neighborhood because of the price point. He had zero familiarity with it. Like it wasn't anywhere near where he lived. He knew nothing about it. And I was like, okay, you don't like this, choose something near you or that you sold in, or like choose something, okay. It's reflective when you know nothing about it or that you've never sold anything there. Choose something close to home. Choose something that you like. There was another, a big team that I coached, and she's decided to start doing geographic farming. And we really got strategic about it. We took everything that they had sold in the last 5 years that they had listed. There was a reason for this. And we threw it into Google Maps. And then, because she just hadn't thought about it. And we took that and it will plot all the points for you. And then we were like, oh, look at that. And we were able to choose the geographic farms based on, the reason was the signs had been seen, right? We were able to show how many places their signs had been seen in those 5 years very strategically. And we're like, oh, you guys sold a ton around the hospital during this period of time. Like, think about how many times their signs had been seen during that time. And we were like, so if we were going to send a geographic farm of postcards and things, those people had already seen their signs and that marketing had been familiar. So we like strategically started marketing over there because we knew their signs had been seen, open house signs and for sale signs. So you got to be strategic when you're doing this stuff. Okay. Think about like what would make them recognize that again. Right. So we started really thinking about it from that perspective. So if you've sold something recently, then, oh, hey, they saw my sign out there for 2 months because for whatever reason that took so long to sell. Like people drove by and saw my face or my marketing or whatever it was. Go ahead, Linda.
So, as far as like door knocking, because I've done the door hanging, I just leave the door hangers and I don't knock on the door. I just and the only reason why is because I don't want to bother anybody. And I guess if I knock on the door, they're like, oh, who's this person? And a lot, I don't know. I have this thing. But is there something I need to tell them, like when I'm like, what is usually the conversation that we're having with them? Like, oh, do you want to sell your house? Like, I don't know. Do you know anybody that wants to sell, or the market? That's the thing where I struggle with.
You don't want to bother them with your amazing expertise on how they might be, earning more income, earning more value on their home than they ever imagined that they could earn in this current market?
Well, I guess it's just more of like, who's this stranger knocking on my door? I guess.
Oh, Linda.
I know.
Have you ever seen that meme? Linda. I'm going to send it to you, Linda.
I always say, I'm your neighbor, the realtor. That is my opening. He's like, who's this? Hey, I'm your neighbor, blah, blah, blah.
Start in your neighborhood. Practice.
I'm your realtor. I'm your neighborhood realtor. Easiest way you can go about it.
Okay, so again, it also depends on what you're leaving for value. If you're door knocking and it's a geographic farm, then it needs to be, hey, I don't know if you're aware that homes in your neighborhood are currently selling for 10% over asking price. I don't know if that's important to you, if maybe you've ever considered selling your home, but I thought I would leave you this information in case that's something that you have thought about, or if you know of a neighbor that has considered something and maybe mentioned it to you. Here's some more information about it. Listen. The script is not hard. The worst thing they're going to do is tell you no.
Right.
It's not hard. But you can't have that conversation if you don't knock on the door.
Yeah, I just leave the door hanger and I go.
Okay, some amazing conversations can be had if only they could meet you. Okay, like we had somebody on our team last week who ended up having an incredible conversation because he knocked on the door, right? And it turned out to be a really great call. Now, it wasn't a sell, it was a buy. That person's son needs to purchase. Okay, so you only know by by knocking on the door.
Right.
Now, listen, again, I said earlier about how some people feel about agents. Let me tell you how they feel when you're actually beating the streets. They feel pretty good. They're like, wow, they're out there beating the streets right now.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of go up in their estimation by actually going out there and doing that thing. Okay, get out there. Don't be afraid. Like, just get out there. Again, you're offering them value. They may not want to sell, but you're also telling them that, hey, I don't know if you know that houses are like flying off the shelf right now and they're going over asking. It might not be important to you, but I thought I'd give you the information either way. They might not know. Guys, there's a lot of crazy information out there that consumers are not armed with currently. A lot of crazy information. It's your job, by the way. That is literally your job, is to give it to them. Okay, so I'm going to give you another example. I tell people this all the time. Laura's probably heard it so many times she's sick of hearing it. Especially for your friends and family. If you had a friend that was a doctor, a really close friend, and he found out that bananas were now bad for you. Like, he got some message from like way up high, and they said bananas are terrible for you. They could kill you. And this doctor friend never called and told you that bananas were bad for you. Because he was just like, I'm busy, or I don't want to bother you, Linda. I don't want to bother you by calling you to tell you that bananas are bad for you. Wouldn't you be a little upset that your doctor friend didn't call you?
Yeah, I'd be like, you could have just told me.
You're just over there eating bananas, right? We're just all eating bananas over here because our doctor friend didn't want to bother us. Didn't feel like he's like, oh, if I call her, it's going to be a bother. I don't know. Shouldn't call her. That's what we're doing every time we don't pick up our phone and call our friends and family and tell them what's going on in the real estate market.
I think I tend to overthink
We're all overthinking it.
Yeah.
This is literally what we do for a living. We are professionals. We are real estate professionals, and we should be telling our friends and family so that they can tell their friends and family what's happening in the real estate market right now. It's a great time to sell. Currently in Tampa, it's a great time to buy. Shocking. In case anybody knows anybody in Tampa, it's a buyer's market. Like, it's an insane buyer's market. It's a weird place. But either way, that's our job, and we're not doing it because we're worried about whether or not we might bother somebody. We're in our head. So just consider it. So those are other options with regards to prospecting and pillars. There are lots of things that you can do. If you are part of a BNI group, anybody familiar with BNI, part of a BNI group? Okay, a couple of Maddie is great. BNI is a networking group, guys. They have them in different cities, bigger your city is, they have them broken up. It's a networking group where only one person from each industry is allowed to be a part of it. You can look it up, BNI Network, see if there's one available in your area. The way that works, it means that there's only one realtor, one painter, one attorney, one accountant. And when referrals come in of any kind, they go to you as the realtor. They go to that painter. In New York, it was one of our biggest lead sources. We closed a lot of business from our BNI network that we were a part of. Our real estate attorney, we gave him all of the business. He gave us all of the business. It was incredible. You do have to go to the meetings every single week. And like, as part of that, usually it was like 7:30 in the morning, but it was very, very lucrative for us. So that is another really good pillar if you are not part of a networking group like that.
How do you find that? Sorry.
BNI Network. Yeah, if you
just
just look up BNI Network, usually they will they'll list like towns that are available, and you might have to look up and just see if there's one in your area and see if there's an opening for realtors.
I was going to ask about that too, because I saw that one of my vendors that I work with a lot, she posted about the BNI group just last week. And so, but it looks like the realtors that are in that group have been in that group for quite some time. So how does that usually work? Like, does it end at a certain period of time, or do they continue to extend it until they're just no longer able to do it?
Yeah, usually people stay in it until like they retire or until they Rebecca, till they die. You know, like they're just in it because it's such a good system. Like it's a really good system. Like people stay in it until like they decide that they're out. You know,
Yeah, 'cause I saw that and she told me about it, and I was like, oh yeah, maybe that's something I can do. She's like, oh no, it's already taken. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's not.
Well,
okay.
we went one town over. It wasn't available in the town that we were in, but it was like literally like just one little town over. So you can always explore that to see if maybe like the town that you're in might not be available, but like the next town over can be. So it is definitely something to look at.
Also, we don't live in that area where the BNI group is.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just like I said, it depends on where you are, like how many that they might have, depending on the size of like if it's a city versus a town and things like that. So definitely look into it. Those are incredible opportunities. So the idea behind, again, the 4 pillars, I want to just make sure I'm clear on this. You work all 4 pillars consistently. Okay. In the hopes that you're getting at least one piece of business from each pillar every month. Okay, so the idea is that you're getting one piece of business from every pillar. One from Top 50, one from Sphere of Influence. If you're doing open houses, one from Open House, and like past, you know, like whatever that is. If you're doing door knocking or, you know, whatever that is. Go ahead, Robin.
Is there a certain amount of time that I should spend on one pillar if I'm not getting that one a month?
So, well, there's a couple of ways to think about it. Some people say that they do one, like I spend Monday on this pillar, Tuesday on this pillar, Wednesday on this pillar, and Thursday on this pillar. And then I've seen people who say that I spend this week on this pillar, this week on that. So 4 weeks out of the month, right? And they focused it that way. You can do it either way. Like it just kind of depends on how that works for you. The idea is that you're just making sure that you're not letting any one pillar go. I've seen it work both ways. It's just, and sometimes, you know, that's just like, I don't like the way of saying only 1 week because of open houses, especially, right? If you think about it, like, I'm only gonna do open houses 1 week. Like, but if you were like, I'm gonna do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and if open houses are like killer for you, like I think about Brent Gove, who was like, I did open houses every day. Like when he knew that that was like killer for him and that was a huge source of business for him, he did them every day, quite literally every day. Until his business.
How long though before I mean, if I'm not getting anything and I'm doing the 4 consistently, the secret sauce there, then, you know, how do I know when I need to reevaluate?
Robin, you cannot possibly tell me that you're doing all of those things at any point ever consistently. And I guarantee you cannot call me in 30 days and tell me that you're doing all 4 consistently and tell me that you don't have business. I dare you.
That's encouraging.
I
Thank
dare you.
Right on.
I double dog dare you. Like double dog. Okay.
We'll shake on it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I want everybody to work on that because I would like everyone to email me what their 4 pillars are in the next couple of days by Friday. By Friday. And what you feel very, very strongly about. Again, 2 of them being top 50 in sphere of influence. I'm just deciding that for you. If you're new, and like I know Maya, you're new. I know that you're not going to have a full top 50, right? That's okay. But I do want you to have a sphere of influence. I guarantee you know 200 to 300 people. Like everybody does. Okay, so and you'll get that spreadsheet either way. Inside of this as well, we'll go over the planning worksheet on this, guys. I'm actually going to send you a different spreadsheet that lets you figure this out. This is you deciding like what you want this to be as far as how many closings you want based on what your goal is. This is kind of what you could do handwritten. I will send you an actual sheet during the lunch hour that lets you fill this in on a spreadsheet. I'm much more of a spreadsheet gal. That lets you figure out like how many listings and how many buyers based on what your average price point is in your market. So it'll let you put that in and what your average commission is for each. Some people are very much listings heavy versus buyers heavy. Either way, whatever it is, it'll let you fill that in and say what that is. And then it'll tell you based on that, how many appointments you need based on what your conversion ratio is. Now it's going to let you fill that in as well, what your conversion ratio is. Now, if you don't know what that is, you need to start tracking that. If you're not keeping track of how many listing appointments you go on and how many you get, that's what your ratio is. You need to start keeping track of that. Okay. Like those things tell you stories. It's why I get very focused on numbers. Things like that tell us, okay, I need to work on my presentation. If I'm going on 5 listing appointments and I'm only getting 1, then we need to work on your presentation. Okay. If I'm making 50 phone calls and I'm only getting 1 appointment, but I had 40 conversations, we need to talk about what you're saying on the phone, right? There's a problem with what you're saying on the phone. Every single analytic tells me a story for us to coach you on. That's why we do daily success habits, which you'll get when we finish the course tomorrow. Like you'll have to submit those. People always say, Selena, I don't want to be micromanaged. That's why I don't want to do daily success habits. I'm like, I don't want to micromanage you either. You're all grown-ups. Like, I don't want to babysit. But what it tells me is what to work on, right? When we go on appointments and we don't get listing agreements signed, then over time, I'm able to say, what's happening at the appointment? What's happening? You know, there's something to work on there. By the way, Cozy, congratulations on your listing agreement. She got one signed 2 days ago. So all of those things tell us something, right? And there was an example of a listing agent that had a really high conversion ratio of going on listing appointments and getting them signed. And then all of a sudden, because I was tracking it, his numbers started going down. And I was like, what is going on? He had a mindset issue. He was burnt out. Like all of a sudden, all the numbers started doing this. And I was like, oh, what coming back, and nothing was getting signed. And I was like, what is happening over there? You know, and I brought him into my office, and that was it. Like, he just needed a break, right? He was killing it before that, but he was tired. I was like, dude, go on vacation. Like, goodbye. Like, see you when you come back. And it was truly just that he was burnt out. He'd been killing it before that, but he was burnt out. And he went, he took 2 weeks, he came back, and he was in a better headspace. Like, sometimes that stuff happens, right? But those numbers tell you something. He was going and he was in a foul mood, and those people didn't want to list with him. I was like, oh, that explains a lot. Like, I don't want to list with you either. I don't even want to be in the same room with you, honestly. But like, those things tell you something. Same thing with buyer agreements. I know anybody here actually get those signed. Please tell me somebody does it. Anybody get a buyer agreement? Nobody. No. Okay. Yay, Tina. Thank you. Nobody else. Oh, okay, Linda. Okay. Okay. It's going to be an interesting buyer consultation and conversation when we get there.
It took me really getting my heart broken to know that this is necessary, and it's going to be necessary with the changes.
It's going to be interesting when we get to that point tomorrow.
That's what I was gonna say as well. I learned the hard way to get it signed, because I had been showing one of my clients houses, and we were working together for about 3 months. And then she blindsided me completely. And oops,
doesn't it?
Oh, I cried. Because there was, I spent so many hours and lots of miles in my car. And yeah, that was a hard one.
Ouchies. Diego, go ahead.
Short story, and I was working with a client for 2 years, helped her with her credit score, connected with my CPA, my lender helped her out, helped her buy a rental, get a rental. I just helped her sister a month ago get a rental. I was gonna double end it. She was gonna buy my listing. And the day that I had my open house, she showed up to my open house with another agent in my face.
Oh.
And the agent said, I'm gonna submit you an offer tonight. I wanted to cry. It was the worst feeling ever. Like there's no words to it. And then I called my broker, and he was like, did you get that buyer's broker agreement signed? And I just choked. I was like, no. But that was the worst thing ever that has ever happened to me. I devoted 2 years to her, helped her in every way possible, and she showed up to my listing with another agent. Like,
I'm sorry.
that was the worst, yeah.
Well, it usually only takes once. That's usually only takes once, and then we learn. Okay. All right. So the next thing we're going to work on before we break for lunch, oh my, that's so small, is wonderful week planner. Anybody else here feel like they don't know where their week goes, or they're like, what did I spend my time on? I'm like, or what should I spend my time on? So I'm going to give you this because this is just kind of a basic thing for you to start penciling in. So you'll get this during your lunch break. Now, I use it in my Google Calendar. Poor Laura is subject to my calendar at a regular basis. Probably scares her most of the time. What I want you to start thinking about is if your business is not currently where you want it to be. This is going to hurt your feelings. But 3 hours a day needs to show lead generation on this calendar, 5 days a week. If it's not currently where you want it to be, 5 days out of the week needs to say blocked for lead gen. If it's where you want it to be, it can say 1 to 2 hours. Like if you are 100% currently operating at the highest level of where you're like, my business is great, I'm earning everything I want to earn, it can be 1 to 2. Otherwise, it needs to be 3. Okay, so 3 hours a day needs to be on here.
Selena?
Now, yes, ma'am.
Did you say that on the previous slide, did you say that you had a spreadsheet for that, the conversion rate and all of that?
Yes. Yeah, it's going to come to you over the lunch period. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you.
You bet. So the other thing on this one that needs to go on first are any of your non-negotiables. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that first. Kid responsibilities, anything like that needs to go on this. Okay, like mine, you can't see, I'll show you in a minute, but I take my son to the bus stop every morning, you know, between 6:45 and 7:15. That's on here. I mean, he could walk, but he probably would, you know, mutiny. But you know, there are some non-negotiables that go on here, and I pick him up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Again, he could walk, but he would mutiny. It's like 1.2 miles uphill straight. It's like a big deal. Non-negotiables go on first. Anything that you absolutely have to do goes on your calendar first. Okay. Those are the important things. Outside of that, the second non-negotiable is lead generation. 3 hours if your business is not where it needs to be. 1 to 2 if it is. Okay. Non-negotiable. Now, pick the time of day to do that when you have the most energy. If you are not a nice person in the morning, please don't do it at that time. Okay? If your energy is like meh at 8, do not lead generate then. Again, you have seconds to build rapport with someone when you are making prospecting phone calls. If that is not the headspace that you're in at 8 o'clock, don't do it then. If it's better at 2 o'clock, do it then. If you do not have something like this, mine says new skin. Thank you, Casey Council Jiha. This is a mirror. See how cute little faces? You should have one in front of your space because you need to check yourself. We call it smile and dial for a reason. You should be smiling before you dial. Smiles can be felt through the phone. It's a real thing. You think I'm not, you think I'm kidding. I'm not. It can be felt. It's here for a reason. I also recruit at a high level. So if I'm not in the good mood, I don't call. So that's my type of prospecting. And if I'm not in a good space, I don't do it.
I have a quick question. So is there like a best time to do it? Because again, I overthink. So I'm always like, okay, do I call in the morning? But what if they're getting ready for work? Do I call in the afternoon? But what if they're on lunch?
Stop overthinking it.
Okay.
Okay. Listen, there's lots of stuff out there that talks about the best time, but listen, it's irrelevant because you could call the same person every time at that day. And if they're not answering, that means that that's not a good time for them. So you got to mix it up anyway. If they never answer at that time, you got to call them at a different time. So I am not one of those people that follows that best time, because if you call them every single day at 9 o'clock and they never answer, that does not work. You need to call them the next day at a different time because they're never going to answer at that time because they're not answering at that time, right? The time that works is the time that you're going to do it, Linda. That's the time. And that you're going to be in a good headspace to do it. Right? Like, just freaking do it.
And
Go ahead, Maya. Go ahead.
Sorry, I had a quick question. So when you do call somebody, say at 11 a.m. on a Monday, this is your first time calling them, in that instance, do you leave a voicemail or do you call back another time? Because I feel like leaving a voicemail kind of leaves opportunity for them to be like, oh, whatever, I'm not going to deal with this.
There's so much commentary on this. So many different beliefs. Depends on the call. Depends on who you're calling and what you're calling them about, right? I like leaving voicemails. I'm all about leaving the voicemail.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. And secondly, I'm of the mindset that I don't ever leave one that says I'm just following up, because I think that's dumb. I don't like, I'm just checking in or I'm following up. I'm like, hey, I'm just checking. Did you give up on buying a house? People don't like to be asked if they gave up. Well, it makes them feel like, I'm not giving up. I can give up. They don't like it. So there's all kinds of scripts out there, and I'll give you guys some as part of this course. But I like leaving voicemails. One, because I think there's value in being upfront and honest about who I am. I don't hide behind it. And I just think the key again is in the consistency and what value are you adding? Hey, Here, there, actually, I just wrote this down. It was a really good one the other day. Hang on. 1 second. It was so good. It's called specific. If you're calling a lead back that you got in, maybe it was a buyer, right? And it was, I liked the term specific. Tell them that you're calling them back because you saw a specific property and give them a specific feature, but you don't give them the actual address. Hey, Tom, I wanted to let you know that I saw this house on something street. Don't give them the full address, but it was this on Main Street, and it had this blue roof, and I saw it while I was out showing other houses. I wanted to talk to you about it. Give me a call back if you get a chance. I just happened to see that it met your criteria that I saw you looking up online. Specific. It was a certain street with a specific roof color or like whatever it was. Like you're giving too specific things without giving them too much details, because now they're going to want to call you back because it was something that you happened to see, that maybe it came in like it was a Zillow lead or a Facebook lead or a Realtor.com lead or whatever it was, if they're in your KV core, but you're not giving them too many details because now they want to call you back, right? So, but you're not giving them too much. You're not giving them the address or anything like that, but it's specific enough that they're like, oh, I should call Maya back. Right? And I was like, that's specific. So I was like, I'm saving that for later. So things like that. But the key behind it is, guys, focused lead generation. Focused lead generation. During this time, you're not checking your email. You're not doing other things. One of the best lead generators I've ever known was the man whose team I ran in New York. He closed his office door at 9 o'clock. We did not knock on it until 11. Like, period. Like between 9 and 11, door was closed. Like, I don't care if the phone rang. I don't care if it was an offer on one of the 45 active listings we had at any one given time. We did not interrupt. And that's why we had 45 active listings at any one given time.
Wow.
Because he was like, like, door was closed, constantly lead generating Monday through Friday. And it was just like, he was just calling. It was past clients. It was top 50. It was sphere of influence. By the way, we didn't buy one single lead ever in the history of ever. He's been in business for 30 years. Just going through anything that he had in the system, didn't matter where it was from. He was just calling people. And he said, don't distract me. Don't text me. Don't call me. Don't transfer any calls that come into me. Nothing. 9 to 11. Do not distract me. I don't care if it was a $2 million offer that just came in on one of our listings. I want to talk about it. I'll talk to you after 11. If you get that way, if you get that focus between that time frame, and you're like, no matter what, I'm lead generating during this time, whatever that is, guys, business will come. Go ahead, Angel.
You also have to automatically assume you're going to get the business.
Yes.
Assume you're going to get the appointment. Don't call or you'll set your own tone by if you're thinking you're not going to get anything, but if you just set yourself right away, I'm going to get this business, I'm going to get this appointment, things will go a lot smoother.
Anybody here like believe in manifestation? Like if you go into it with the 100% certainty that business is coming to you from that day, that the actual activities, like I am doing this because business is coming. Like I am like, this is my business, guys. Like you're doing it because you know that's how it comes to be. That is exactly how you operate. You can't go into it with the mindset of what if they hang up? Rolling the dice. You're rolling the dice. Every time that someone says no, it's okay. I'm just rolling it again because the next one could be a 7. That's what you're thinking as you're going through, right? Everyone. And by the way, usually it's just it's a no for not now. Okay, you have to think about it. When someone tells you no, it just means not now. They're just ready, not ready, not now. Okay, there's always possibility. And even if they're not ready, they might know someone in their life who's ready. There's always opportunity there. So all of that time has to be sacred. Okay, that's usually where the mishap happens. And people will let anything into their calendar in that time. You will make every excuse in the world to let it into that space. You'll be like, oh, but my phone rang. Oh, but this happened. Oh, but this happened. Oh, but I should work on this instead. Oh, this might actually get me business. Oh, I should work on email signatures. That was me. Like all of these other things, like you have got to look at it and say sacred space. Sacred space, 3 hours. My business is not where I want it to be. 3 hours of lead generation and nobody's getting in. Like lock the door. And my house, Laura hears me talk about this. That door is closed. Like, no ma'am. Nobody comes in this office. Like it is like a serious thing in my house. Like everybody else, you'll see, I'll be on Zoom sometimes and I see people's families walking through their office and I was like, I don't know what's happening. Well, how does that happen? Like my family that I like, death ensues. My son came in one day. Laura, were you on that day that my son came in with a bloody nose? And I'm on the team huddle with my team and he came in with a bloody nose. And like, I turned around and I was like, are you dying? And he's like, no, I had a bloody nose. And I was like, are you going to bleed out? And he was like, and the team's looking at me like I'd lost my mind. I was like, are you at risk of bleeding out right now? And he was like, no. I was like, then get out of my office. And the team's looking at me like, what are you? I'm like, he's not going to die. I'm on a call. Get out. Like, that's how serious I am about business. I was like, you will not die. It bled last night. You're fine. Get out of my office. Sorry, Deborah, did you have something you wanted to say?
I do, yeah. I wanted to find out, do you have any certain scripts that there's a million different scripts, but do you have any scripts when you're calling people?
Which people?
Well, so I guess from my KV core, because I have a lot of leads in my KV core that I need to follow up on. So they're not people that I would know very well. So I need a good script so I don't get hung up on.
Yeah. We're actually going to do the ABCs of lead follow-up when we get back from lunch.
Okay.
So I'll give you guys scripts for all of the above. What I'm going to share with you guys in the meantime, oops, hang on, is I almost hung up on you guys. That would have been bad. Let me make sure. Okay. So can you guys see this? So I use Google and Gmail Calendar, right? So this is Gmail Calendar. So I took basically the same thing. So here is an example. Let me make this a little bigger of building it directly into your calendar. So if you wanted to do something very similar, you could do this. Like these are, if you were to put in the exact same thing and build it as an overlay. So I don't know if you guys know that you can do this. You can build additional calendars into your Gmail. So for instance, this is my regular calendar. Don't freak out. That's what it normally looks like. And this is my perfect week. If I was building just what I would want it to look like, right? If I was an agent. So you can turn it on or off depending on what it looks like. And if you wanted to build what that looked like this is what I wanted it to look like. If I was just a traditional agent, like if I started my day at 8 and I said I was just going to do email catch up, meaning I get up, I start my day and I was like, okay, let me see what came in overnight. And I need to catch up on email. I do a team huddle every day. This is where we'll start doing huddles moving forward. You'll get that after we finish our course. Lead gen power time, everything's shut down. By the way, let's see if I have it turned on in here. I don't on this version. A lot of Google now that you actually have the ability, and some of them, I don't think I have it turned on my version. You can actually pause your emails, meaning if you don't feel like you can control yourself, you can actually pause so that you're like, if I see my emails in the background, I'm going to respond to them. I think it's a setting in settings. I'd have to go in there and see it. Then let's say at 11, you were going to do any marketing and admin work. This is you doing maybe something, posting on social media. I just had a closing. I'm in pending. I'm in contract, whatever that is. You're going to give yourself 1 hour. 1 hour. We call that fake work if you're doing it more than that. Like, or you're going to outsource it. Then I'm going to take lunch and maybe catch up on an email. And then you're going to spend your afternoons going on listings or buyer appointments because you've generated so much business. Right? Okay, this is just kind of an ideal. You can make it whatever you want. It doesn't have to look like this. This is just an example. I am a huge proponent of Gmail Calendar. Okay, because I live and eat and breathe in it. You can see I have like a bazillion things in here. Go ahead, Diego.
If you didn't complete your 2 hours of lead gen, does that time carry over for the afternoon?
Oh, yeah. Great question. So the reason I use Google Calendar is you can't erase. You can only replace. So here's the beauty. let's say something truly urgent comes up today. Let's say truly urgent. Kid gets sick. You have to pick them up from school. I can't lead gen today. Guess what happens? Can't erase it. Have to replace it. I'm going to carry it over here. So only that event. Now I have to lead gen twice tomorrow. Okay, so I just dragged it from here to here. No erasing, just replacing. By the way, that works a lot in my calendar. It happens a lot.
Does that do that automatically? I mean, once you have something in there, it is there.
I just dragged it over. That's just literally just happened.
Isn't that just something?
Yep. No erasing, guys.
Can this only be done on your computer though, or can you drag in?
You can drag it in your phone.
in
As
your
long
phone
as
too?
you have the Google Calendar app.
Okay, yeah, I do.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, that's my grandbaby. But I use the Google Calendar app, not the iPhone calendar app. It's not nearly as effective. And that's why I utilize this, because I can turn that on and off in here, right? So if you're using something like that to overlay behind your calendar, because you're like, I really want to use this to kind of like make sure I'm utilizing my perfect week the way I want to, but I don't want to see it all the time. So like I can turn that off and say, no, this is now my real calendar, right? In this sense, then, you can say, that's what I want. Oh, did you want to take a picture, Deborah? You want the real one or the perfect week one? Yeah.
Is there a class for that? What do you call it in Google? What is it? What
It's just Google Calendar. So like if you've got your email, you just come over here and you go to calendar.
Yeah.
And it opens.
But I mean, the functionality of it, knowing that it can do that, I didn't have a clue.
Yeah, so each one of these is just colors, right? So I just put them in there
Yeah.
and then you just change the color.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge proponent of colors. When you see my actual one, guys, so purple equals, Rick Chiha team, depending on what everything is, I have colors. Green is personal stuff. I mean, I actually have a coaching client that I really like how she does it. She has different shades of green. And she does it based on, so if it's a buyer, she's a buyer's agent. If it's a buyer agent, the first appointment, it's a light shade of green. And then when she starts showing them houses, it's a darker shade of green. And then when she gets them into an inspection, it's a darker shade. And then when she gets all the way to closing, it's the darkest green. It's like money it gets darker, which I kind of like. Her mind is looking at it going, as she gets to the darker shade of green, she knows she's getting closer to earning the money. I was like, haha, I like that. That's smart. It's like your brain does interesting things. Like for me, yellow is coaching. Purple is Rick Chiha team because that was his favorite color. All of the different things mean different things. So do whatever works best for you. But the key is to get your brain into the mindset of creating a calendar that works really well for you. Right. And then your afternoons, if that's what works best for you, or switch it, right? If your lead gen power time is better for you in the afternoon, because that's when you feel like you're in a better headspace to lead gen, then switch it. And but you want to make sure that you're doing your appointments at a time when you're also in a good headspace and you're going to be good with clients. But you should be spending part of your day doing lead gen and the entire rest of your day doing appointments. That's the business should be generating the appointments. That's really the way that it should be working. And eventually getting to the point where you're not doing marketing and admin work. Eventually you should be generating enough income that you are hiring out for transaction TC work, right? Marketing work and things like that. Tina, go ahead. And then we're going to break for lunch in just a minute.
Oh, just because you said to download the app, I didn't have that. I'm going to download it on my iPhone. And then I just got a Mac that's driving me a little nuts because I need to learn how to work the Mac.
Oh, I have a suggestion for you for that.
Okay.
Hang on one second. I'm going to show it to you. I'm pulling it off of my Mac. Okay, because I switched to a Mac last year because I was not good at it.
Okay.
They make these little skins that you can get to put on top of your keyboard on the Mac that give you all of the shortcuts.
Oh my gosh, I love you. You're my
It's on
hero.
Amazon. I was like, I don't know how to use a freaking Mac, and they make these, so it saved me.
Yay! Thank you. And my question was, is it going to be, because I have the app on my phone, can I still do all the functions from the Mac from where you just showed us?
Yep, I use a Mac.
Okay.
That's what's up. That's what's up over here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, you bet. Okay, anybody else before we break?
Just one more on this calendar. What do you call it when you're, so this is on your background. It's always going to be there as a reminder. So how do you put another calendar on top of
You bet.
that?
So anytime you want to make another one, you're just going to pop over here and do plus and hit create new. It's going to open it up. You're going to name it whatever you want. And then you create one and then it'll be bop over here. So you can see I have quite a few in here. Some of these are other people's, but like I have some in here. This is like our marketing calendar and things like that. But you can name it whatever you want and it'll throw it in there and you can change it to whatever color or whatever it is. If that's all you're going to do is hit that little plus sign.
Okay, but you can pull your new calendar over on top of this one that you've got open.
Yeah, so this is my regular one that comes with my regular email. And then this was one that this is the one that I created, and then you can turn them on and off as needed. These are other emails, like these are my other accounts. But this is one that I just created. So like if I was here, watch.
I do Outlook.
Yeah, no, so like test. Hang on, it's coming. There it is. So now that's a new one. Completely new. And if I wanted to create anything in it, same thing.
But if you click on the box, they'll overlap, correct? I think
Yes.
that's what Robin's
So,
asking.
see?
Oh, thank you. I didn't know what to call it.
Yep.
Thanks, Angel.
You're welcome.
Yep. Now I'm going to get rid of it. Hide it for now. Yep. So little tips and tricks and tools. Because of course the paper version that I'm going to send you guys is just something to kind of start with, but I think, you know, having it built in there gives you something to kind of like, you're like, am I keeping in alignment? And the guys, the idea behind it is you create it initially, and then you're going to find that maybe it doesn't work for you. You're like, oh, this is not really in alignment with what I'm doing. Like my energy does not seem to be in 9 and 11. You're like, instead it seems to be like 10 to 12. So you're going to want to change it and to see what's more in alignment. Like we changed it because I have huddles at different times, right? Like originally our huddles were at different times. And so you're going to want to switch it and say, this seems to be more in alignment with how my day goes, right? Things change. And that's okay. It's totally okay. Just run it as a test for a couple of weeks and be like, this seems to be when my energy is at the highest. So I'm going to change my lead gen time to be here. Or like every Thursday, I know I have this one thing. So I know I'm never going to lead gen between 9 and 11. It's going to have to be an afternoon lead gen time for that. I want to be authentic to my actual schedule. So I'm going to change this to reflect that because I'm not keeping my commitments to myself to lead gen at that time.
Yeah.
So I'm going to change the schedule to reflect it. And by the way, we do that because your actual schedule should reflect that. You know that you're never going to book a listing appointment during those times. By the way, Mark never booked a listing appointment between 9 and 11. Ever. This was sacred time. Didn't take him. Ever. Because he knew that if he didn't lead gen during that time, it meant he wasn't getting business other times. So you have to protect it. You protect it. You protect it. Like it means business. So you start realizing that if you are letting stuff bleed in, you're like setting an appointment with a doctor and they're like, oh, I'll see you on Thursday at 9. And you're like, but will you though? Nope. I'll see you Thursday at 2 because it's sacred time. When you allow other things in, you're giving yourself permission not to generate business. Don't do it. Depends. How much do you want the goal? Up to you. Okay, we're going to take a break. I typically just go and grab myself something to eat very quickly and I come back in case but I leave this open. I just pause the recording. So if anybody wants to come back early and has questions or anything like that, turn the recording on. Maybe there's something acting a little weird on that end. Okay, thank you for that. Everybody give yourselves grace. It's hard being a realtor. Okay, first of all, like sucks the life out of you because it's, you know, it's all the time. As much as we try to keep it to a reasonable amount of time. Unfortunately, I was on, like, I did it this morning. I was on the phone at 5:30 this morning and then still give it because East Coast time. I'm always on the phone. And I was on the whole time that I was getting my son ready and all the way down to the bus stop and all the way back. So he was just like, I was literally kissing him goodbye at the bus stop and I was like, bye. And I was still on my earbuds. And I was like, and he was like, that's all the talking that we had. And I was like, it is what it is, but he knows. Same thing that we were just talking about, Deborah. Like, I'm like, he knows. He's like, this is just how it happens. And he's okay with it. This is all he's known. Well, this is all of my kids have all known. Okay, so you should have all gotten an email or two, because I realized I forgot something during the break. Because I was like, I got everything out. Then I was like, and I forgot one thing. So you should have gotten emails. I wanted to go over just some of the stuff that I sent through. Okay, real quick here. Let's see. So I sent you your sphere of influence and top 50 tracker. I want to show you what that looks like very quickly. So there are tabs at the bottom. That's what I want to make sure that you see. The first tab is your SOI list. Okay, so this one is, again, SOI is everybody that you would invite to your wedding or your funeral. This one should be longer, right? And you can put in type, it's going to be, this is, you can put anything, like you can put neighbor, whatever it is, cousin, aunt, uncle, whoever, first name, last name, the last time you spoke to them, email. You can add columns, guys. If you feel like there's something, you can edit these. That's why I sent it to you as a document and not anything that's just a link. So if you feel like there's anything else you want to put in there, source type, anything like that that you want to put, remember that notes are important. The last conversation you had with them should always be there. That way, the next time that you call them, it's in there. I do encourage you, if you get their birthdays, why would I tell you that? So you get some birthday cards. Okay. If you get anniversary, that's important too. Anything like that, those are important. So that's SOI. Top 50. Why is that so teeny tiny?
Will this convert into a CSV file so we can actually transfer it into our KV core and it like will plug in all of this information?
Yeah. Anytime you want to do that, all you have to do is hit File, Save As, and then save it as a CSV.
Okay.
Yep. So top 50, this one's a little bit different, okay? Because these are people you should be speaking to every single month. So this is going to calculate for you. You're going to put in their name and their email. Now you're going to see there's a drop down. Okay, they're going to show up active transaction. Was it a client event, a closing? Every month you're going to put what it was. Okay, how you saw them or what it was. Did you call them? Was it an email? Did you have a meal? Was it a pop-by gift? Did you send them a referral gift because they actually referred you something? If you're not sending a referral gift, we need to talk. Okay, if they sent you a referral, send them something. Okay, thank you for the referral. Did you send them a piece of mail, a note card, a text? And that's that cluster event we just talked about. 7 people like to go to an art show. Invite them to an art show. If 7 people love wine, invite them to a wine tasting. If 7 people all have kids and you have kids and you all want to go to a festival together. If 7 people love hiking, invite everybody on a hike and go to a cluster event, right? Whatever that is. And that's what you're going to put in, is that you saw that those people those were a cluster. Now what happens is it's calculating up here how many people out of the 50 that you actually reached that month. So it's 12%, right? So if I add another one here, there's a closing. See, it went to 14%. It's out of the 50. And over here, it's calculating for that person that it's 41.6 out of the year. So it's going to score you per person and it's going to score you per month. Gamify it. Gamify it. Every month you want to hit 100%, and every year you want to hit 100%. And then over here, it's how many referrals did that person give you and how many events did they attend? This is if you're doing quarterly. Okay, some people only do, 2 a year or only 1 a year for an event. Depends on what you do. We did quarterly, like we were trying to do an event every quarter. Again, examples of events. Pi Day. Some people do barbecue in the summer. Some people do an Easter egg hunt. Like, again, they can get expensive unless you're going to have somebody help sort of offset or whatever. If you can only do 1 event a year, I'm going to tell you, just do the Pi Day. It's the cheapest one to do. And a lender or a title person is going to offset the cost. And I have an entire sprint. We'll talk about sprints a little bit more later, but There's a whole sprint that I can tell you how to do a pie day from Costco, soup to nuts. Okay, I've done them so many times I can do them with my eyes closed. Like it's just very, very easy to do. I have friends that do it and they have like 1,000 pies. Literally, they like bring in refrigerated trucks with 1,000 Costco pies. Like we do it at a high level at Workman. Costco, and they should just really write us a check for how many pies we sell for them, honestly, at this point. But so this is how you kind of run that. And then when you have the referral list, this is just you keeping track of doing that, which ones you got, right? And exactly like what you sent them as like rewards and whatever. Do not forget to send the gift. We ordered them because we did a lot of referral business in New York. We had these great spreaders, very cute. And they were engraved and said, "Thank you for spreading the news about our team." I know, cute. However, if they send you more than one referral a year, nobody wants 2 spreaders that say that. So just FYI. You really only need one spreader that says thank you for spreading the news. So just something to think about. Just don't forget to send a gift. It's a very big deal if somebody gives you a referral. Okay.
How much do you think it should be? I mean, what's a good referral gift cost wise, or like a gift card to a restaurant, or
Depends on the price point of the home. I mean, be realistic. What would you want?
well, what about just cash?
No, that's not nice. That's not nice. I think it needs to be, I mean, there's a couple of different things you can do. You really want to put some thought into it. I mean, I don't even like gift cards, to be honest. I think there's a couple of different things. There was a guy that I knew that did really beautiful and it wasn't terribly expensive actually. He did Tiffany wine glasses. And there's a lower end price ones, and he sent that with a bottle of champagne, which was really pretty. And there's a lower end version that they have on Tiffany's, which was just really nice. We did the spreaders. There's so many options out there, guys. Just a gift card feels a little bit less like, I don't know, there's just like unless it's a nice restaurant or something like that. If you know the person and you like really feel like, hey, they love this place, that is thoughtful. Okay, like if you really know them, like especially because they're your top 50 and you're like, they love this place, they absolutely like that, totally thoughtful. But something like generic, like an Amazon gift card.
The more you can personalize it to the actual person that referred you the business, it's gonna be more thoughtful and it's gonna be more genuine.
Yeah, think about what they told you in Ford, right? So like you're thinking about something like that's why it's so important to ask those questions and listen. So that whenever you're sending a referral gift, I mean, gifting is so important, in my opinion. I just do not send gift cards most of the time, unless it's like something like that, where you're like, oh, they really love this. And then I'm like, oh, they've mentioned before how much they love this restaurant and how they don't get to go that often because it's this or something like that. And then that in the back of my head is like, ding, ding, ding. Stuff like that. As an example, during COVID, when it was as crazy as it was in New York, like you have no idea, guys, it was total insanity. Everyone left the city and we were just north of the city. It was like mass exodus. I've never been so busy in all of my entire life. And our staff really stepped up. And as a reward, instead of just bonusing them, a cash bonus, when Mark and I sat down and decided we wanted to reward them for how hard they worked, like I said, I don't want to just give them a cash bonus. Like I wanted to gift them. Like I literally sat down and thought about what our staff would want that they would never get for themselves. And I mean, I for 2 weeks, I was like, what are things that they've mentioned and that they would want that they've never buy on their own, and like extravagant gifts. And that's what I went out and got them, because I was like, this is something that I've heard them say, heard them mention, whatever it was, and put real thought into it. And like, they were blown away, because it was like, that's the kind of gifting. Like when I think about gifting, I'm like, you want them to be like, oh. So think about that when you're talking to your top 50, anytime that you're talking to them.
Question for you really quick, just going off of what you said with the Tiffany wine glasses, like I really like that. I think that's really cool. Do you would you inscribe that, or like have them?
You can.
Do you
Yeah,
think that's a good idea to do that? Or like, what would you say? Because I wouldn't want, because, I don't
I would
know.
just put their name, their initials or their names on it. I wouldn't
Okay.
put anything else on it outside of that. That way
Okay.
it's something, that they can keep and treasure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And
Good
there are
idea.
people who use those as clothing gifts too, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes a beautiful gift. So make sure that you're tracking that. And then this last tab actually gives you examples, guys, of top 50 initiatives again, right? So it's got here, let me make this bigger. Why is this so small on my screen? I made the first one big. So again, it's giving you just a couple of ideas. I did send you the 8651 booklet, but it's got a bunch of stuff about here's like ideas, initial call, Happy New Year. I'm updating my contact list. Once you do forward, does everybody know what the apology script is? Anybody familiar with the apology script? Hey, this is Selena. Hey, I just wanted to call and say, I'm so sorry. I haven't called in a while. I'm just calling to catch up, make sure that, all of my information for you is up to date. Has anything changed with your phone, email or anything like that? You're basically mea culpa if you have not talked to them in 6 months. Okay, and that's your opportunity, especially if it's like the new year or anything like that, to update everything. And you're taking responsibility for not calling them in a long time. The apology script. Go ahead.
Yeah, so once you've taken the initiative to call them after like a number of years, how does that apology script kind of sounds a little different, doesn't
Yes,
it?
and you can totally still do it. Hey, I totally dropped the ball. I feel really terrible. It's been a long time since
Yeah.
we talked. And that's and you better say it with that much heartfelt feeling.
Yeah.
I totally dropped the ball. I'm really sorry. I know it's been a long time since we talked, and I just, I was going through my stuff and I came across your name and I realized it's been a while. How are things going? How are you?
Yep. Okay.
It sucks. It sucks, but do it.
Yep.
I don't care if it's 400 people. Guys, they're past people, they're past clients, whatever they are, whoever they are, just do it. A lot of people drop the ball. I mean, what's it hurt? Just say you're sorry. It's not hard.
Sure.
So there's a lot of different stuff here. There's Valentine's stuff. I mentioned that I get the stuff from my guy all the time. I always get a Valentine's card, always, every time. I got a lottery ticket. I don't know why. I'm so excited to scratch his lottery ticket every time. We did the same thing. Secret, I'm giving you this information. We sent out 400 lottery tickets in New York to our top 50 because there were 8 people on the team. So we're sending out 400 lottery tickets at the time. If you go buy lottery tickets in bulk from the gas station, whatever convenience store, you can ask to get one that has at least a certain number of winners. I'm not kidding. They know that rolls have a certain number of winners on them. So you can say, I would like to buy a roll that has at least 5 winners on the roll. Okay, so that you don't get a whole roll with of duds. Okay, so I need 400 tickets with at least 5 winners in the roll. Things you learn after doing this much with top 50. Okay, so go in and say, I would like I need 400 tickets, but I need at least 5 winners, because there's a second part of this. We would tell people to post pictures of themselves scratching off the tickets. Okay, and everybody who posted themselves on our social media page got entered into a raffle to win a bigger thing. And we then raffled off a basket that had more tickets in it, and like this whole thing. So then we had all of this stuff on social media with all of these pictures, and because then those people got pictures of them, and it was like all of this big social media thing. So there's a reason for all of that, right? And like my guy still sends me stupid pictures, and like I was so excited to scratch that thing off a couple weeks ago. Like I didn't win anything, but I was still excited to sit there with my quarter and scratch it off. It's dumb. It's ridiculous how happy we get about a scratch off ticket, but I was still excited to get it because I knew it was coming. It's $1, guys. It's $1. Think about spending $50 and buying cards and sending them to your top 50. I was still excited to do it. I know it sounds crazy, but I really was. So just consider it. And then if you do put that in the card that says, if you post a picture of yourself with your scratch off and you tag me in social media, you can be entered to win a raffle, entered into the raffle to win a basket. right? And inside of that basket is more scratch off tickets or whatever it is that you want to put in the basket. Now, you're being tagged in that. Everybody that's on each one of those people's social media is seeing your team name or your name, your realtor name, whatever it is. It's just more exposure for you. So you're spending $50 on the tickets, whatever you're spending on the card, plus whatever you're spending on the basket, which, by the way, you can totally do with your lender or your title person and ask them to contribute. Throw in some tchotchkes. Half the time they want to throw in like water bottles or whatever it is, right, inside the thing. All of this can be done. Very easy. All helps. Oh, other thing, Pi Day. I mentioned lessons learned. Okay. 9 times out of 10, they pick up the pie and they take it to somebody's house for a party. So we learned this in the first year. Our team was called the Mark Boylan team. Sounds great, except for the fact that we realized it didn't say real estate anywhere on the sticker. People didn't realize it was a real estate team. So going forward, we changed it to say the Mark Boylan real estate team, because then people started saying, your realtor gave you a pie? That's so amazing. Why did your realtor give you a pie? Something better say real estate on that pie. Because everybody was like, who's the Mark Boylan team? We don't know what that is. Like, it didn't say anything about real estate on it. Make sure it says something about real estate on the pie. We got smart. The second year I figured out I actually still have the link for the world's most perfect box that the Costco pie fits in. There's only one box that you can buy. It's on uline.com that the Costco and the Sam's pie fit perfectly inside of, and then you can get a gorgeous sticker printed to go on it that now says, from the whatever team, your real estate experts. Smarter. Go ahead, Deborah.
Where do you have, okay, now that we're all have like home offices and stuff, where do we have our clients pick up all our pies?
Great
Or
question.
do we deliver them?
Some people do deliver them depending on how many
That
people
would be
they
a lot.
have. Yep. Let me tell you, I used to hate delivering them because sometimes we'd have people not show up and I was like, this is ridiculous. They should show up when they said they want to pick up their pie. We're not delivering pies. Now every year I want to deliver pie because it's the most fun. People are so grateful for delivering the pie. So you have a couple of different options. You can either arrange with a local restaurant if like on their kind of like quiet hours to have like either coffee or something like that during that time frame at the time when they would normally not have any business, because it'll bring people in during that time and you can just like have basics done. There are some teams who do that. So that at least it's getting something into their space during that time frame. Or if you've got the opportunity, like I have a coaching client who actually does it in her cul-de-sac. She puts up like one of those like pop-up tent things and people just pull in and she does drive-by pie. Like we did drive-by pie during COVID, like because we weren't allowed to technically meet. So we were just like drive by and here's your pie and go on. So there are a couple of different options you can do there. Or if your mortgage or title person will allow you to do it at their office as well. Some of them do it that way. That help? Yep. Okay. So
A quick question, Selena.
Of course.
Sorry, because my so my EXP office where we're at it, we actually have an office where we can go in.
Yep.
I guess it just depends on under which mentor you join. But I'm under the impression that as long as you're an EXP agent, you can use any office that's through EXP, correct?
Well, there are EXP teams. Some people have branch offices.
Right.
You would need to check with them because not all of them allow it. You'd have to double check to see if that was the case. But the most, like for instance, we have a branch office, but it's primarily for our team. So it's about this big. You know, it's like very, very small. So it just kind of depends on what the situation is.
I see, because I keep hearing her say that there's no home office, but I'm like, well, maybe she can go and use ask for permission, but see if there's somebody in her area that, since she's an EXP agent, that would be willing to let her, especially for those events. For us, it's been really helpful to have the office because my mentor, she likes to host a lot of like buyer seminars in that office. So I know that that's really helpful.
Yeah, and you can't always ask. There's a lot of agents that are totally willing to like share. and do things.
Elena, also just to remind everyone, we have access to all the Regis suites
Regis.
across the United States.
Yep.
There's an app for that. All you have to do is look at the app and you can meet clients there. You can do your pie pickups there. You can do, and it's free. It's included in your 85 monthly fee to EXP. So just remember that our county's, quite large in regards to driving. So I'll just pop into a Regis suite, work in between appointments if there's too much time in between appointments. But that might be an option to do your pie pickup if you want more of an office setting and you don't have like a lender accessible to you.
Yeah,
And
so-
if you do want to have like more of a group setting, you can rent like their conference rooms and everything. It's typically like $100
Okay.
for a couple hours, but you can arrange that as well. They have printers, all the things that any normal office would have. So just to
So what does the $85 include though with the Regis? Do you know what it
Oh,
includes?
No, that's your 85 a month to EXP.
yeah.
It's already included in what you pay.
You already have this accessible to you. The $85, you can walk into any Regis anywhere and use their common area facilities.
Okay, the common areas.
Yeah. If you want to actually have the conference room, you have to set that up in advance, and that's an additional charge.
Okay.
But if you want to just go and work in the common areas, or like I said, do the pie pickup, you can set up your pies in the common area and people can come in, pick up their pies. And that's not going to be like an issue. And that's already like, you already have access to that. You don't have to sign up for anything else or pay anything else for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've used Regis before as well. It was very handy and very easy to use on the app, guys. Very easy. Okay. All right. Let me just switch gears a little bit. All right. Is everybody here using KV Core? No. Okay. Some yes, some no. Are you using something other than KV Core? Okay. There's yes.
I'm transitioning right now, so I should be using it soon.
Okay. Is there anyone here not using KV Core or any other CRM and they're only using their phone to track leads?
I would like to use KV Core, but I don't know how.
Okay. I was like, okay, I appreciate the honesty. So it's okay. Like, it's all right. It's okay. So I did provide something in the email just in case, and it's really taking things all the way back to basics. And I just call it an opportunity tracker. And it really is like going all the way back to basics, but it's in there for anybody who wants to use it because KV Core is a CRM. If you're using any other CRM, that's great as well. But this is just a very basic spreadsheet. And it's got 2023 in there because that's the last time I had it open, but it does have 2024 in there as well. Basically, it's a very basic spreadsheet if you just need to get really started with tracking leads. Okay, so I'm only going to go over this very briefly first because we do have people who are using CRMs. If you're not ready for a CRM yet, and you're just trying to keep track of stuff, start here. Okay, it's better than just putting it in your phone. Okay, because that's where it's going to get lost. Every time somebody tells me that, they're like, I said, where are your leads? And they're like, I have them all. They're there. And I'm like, I'm crying and dying inside. I'm crying and dying. Because most of the time people forget that they're in there. This is, by the way, there are lots of people who use CRMs at a very high level who still use this spreadsheet. So don't discount, hang on, I'm letting somebody in. Don't discount still using a spreadsheet because it does still work. We run a Zillow Flex team and we still use a spreadsheet from Zillow Flex and still use CRM. So sometimes you need both just because there's a lot of data. The idea behind this is just to keep it very clean. If this is what you need, let me make this still just a little bit bigger. And the reason that we do that is you're just kind of keeping it when it comes in brand new, you get a brand new lead, you're putting it in, and we're going to go over the rating in just a minute. This is if you have multiple agents on the team, you're putting in the client name, phone number, email, the day it came in, because sometimes it's the night before, right? First contact date, and the next time that you're supposed to talk to them. Okay. And the reason we're going to talk about this is because I want to talk about ABC leads, whether or not it's a buyer, a seller, a renter, or a seller/buyer, because that can happen. The one thing nobody ever tracks, which we're going to talk about a lot, which is the lead source. Crazy on the inside. Okay. What they're looking for, what is the price point they're looking at? This is also going to be very important. And what the potential revenue value is. This is if you've added it to the CRM, and what probability you think they're actually going to turn into an actual lead, okay? Now, let's backtrack. All of this, let's say you're actually doing all of this information. A, B, or C. Let's talk about that for a second. And I did send this to you guys. It's in the thing. So if you want to print it out and stick it in your cubicle or wherever it is that you're working, this is important. A equals appointment. That means you're showing them a house or you have a listing appointment. A equals appointment. That's just what that means, okay? So that's what I always want you to think about when you're thinking of those two things. A equals appointment. Now, B, hang on one second. Sorry, I'm getting like 14 messages. Making sure nobody's blowing up over there. Just one second. Okay. Sorry, I had a lot of family drama last night and making sure everybody's all right. Okay, B means they're not ready to buy or sell for 30 to 90 days. The lead came in, they're like, I haven't gotten pre-qualified, I don't know where I'm looking yet, I'm not quite sure. That's a B lead, 30 to 90 days. So I want you to put that in there, and there's a reason for this, okay? You have all of this on, so that you can print it out if you want to put it somewhere. C means 90 plus days. 90 plus. And then Laura's going to laugh because she knows I'm going to say D. D's not on the list, but I'm going to tell it to you anyway. It's mine. We call them deadbeats. I'm going to call them deadbeats because we call them in our team now, we convert them from deadbeats to darlings. So it sounds like I'm calling them something negative, but we changed them from deadbeats to darlings. So at first, when I said that the other day to another coach, she was like, "Oh my God, don't talk about them like that." I'm like, it's because we do convert them from deadbeats to darlings. I put them on a long-term drip in KV Core, and so far they've been converting. So I'm not saying it in a negative way. They get stuck on a long-term drip. We put them on a property search campaign, and lately they've been converting like crazy. So we put them as a D because they ghosted us. They literally don't respond to anything. But I put them in there and I put them on a long-term thing. And lately they've just been popping right back up. I call it bubbling up. Go ahead, Deborah.
Do you think that we should also label people in KV Core as A, B, C, and D, or are we doing it as like prospect,
I tag them that way. I tag them that way. So I put them in as a tag.
Okay.
Yep. So the reason that I put them in here, let me tell you why, is this. You see this value? It is so much more incentivizing when I gave our team the spreadsheet and showed them what the potential revenue value was for every lead that they were not following up on. And I literally sorted it by A, B, C, and D. And I was like, well, how would you feel if you converted these and you made $172,000? And they were like, what? I was like, well, for all of these people that you have not been following up on, that it shows that, you know, have reached out to you and said they want to buy a house. And this is just from the last 3 months. They're not even old leads. They're worth 107. This is one person, by the way. That was just one. If you converted all of those into actual buyers by picking up the phone and following up regularly, that would be $172,000 in GCI based on what's come in. Would that be appealing to you? And they were like, yeah. Like, so KV Core doesn't always do that for you, right? It's not as linear for you to look at as this is. And you can break it out in A's, you can break it out in B's, you can break it out in C's because, okay, so I want you to think about this. This is your pipeline. A's mean right now money. B's mean next month, 2 months, 3 months. And C's mean a couple months down the road. You're always working to convert a C into a B and a B into an A. So you're looking at your pipeline right here. You can't always see that in KV Core. So sometimes when you can put it into a spreadsheet like this, and then you can sort it over here by the A's, B's, and C's, and now you're looking at your potential revenue over here on this thing, you're like, hello, money. Like, hello. Okay. I had a gentleman that was on a coaching team that I was working with for a little while, and he actually was a young man, very young man. He was a Marine reservist, and he did it. Actually, I really love the way he did it. He had one of these little guys. So this is a calendar, like one of those little, I've got so much in it. Hang on. One of those little calendars. It's just the months, right? That's all it is. And every time that he got a new lead in, he was dealing with a lot of people who were renters that were converting to purchases. And he would write in when their leases ended. And at the top of every month, he would write their name and when their lease ended, and then what their price point was and what his GCI was going to be at the top of every single month. And that was what he filled his entire calendar with. So he knew exactly when their lease was ending, and he was filling his whole calendar up with these people's names. And that's how he was like, I'm filling up my whole year with income. Like, so he never turned down a lead. He was like, oh, I don't care. They're not ready till July. Look at that. Look, that's not my July money. And he was putting in their name, and he was like, they want to buy for $400,000. I'm going to make this much money. Okay, so we need to start. And he'd flip 2 months ahead of like when their, you know, because he knew when their lease was going to run out. And he'd be like, and this is when we need to start. And I got them pre-qualified, da 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 da. And he was just filling it in. He didn't even care. Like, guys, you have to look at your pipeline and fill it up. So even if they say I'm not ready, don't discount it. Look at your sheet and go, all right, they're a B, but they're not ready till then. Is my pipeline full for June yet? No. Okay. How many calls can I make today? And fill June. Stop thinking about just today. Look at your sheet and go, is June full? No. Who am I going to call? Who am I going to call? What am I going to do? Oh, hang on, Laura. I saw you slack me 1 second.
Yeah, you didn't send this one.
I didn't send that one? Oh, thank you.
No.
I will send this
Okay.
one. She keeps me on track, you see? Yeah, she's good. So that's why sometimes having a sheet like this, even though having a CRM is great, sometimes you can't see it in this linear way. Sometimes you can't see that I filled my pipeline, and you can't see what the income is going to be from it. Right? I love a good CRM. I'm like a huge CRM nerd. I know them all. I've taught them all, and I love them. But you can't necessarily see it in the same structure and in the same way. Right? So I will definitely send this. Hang on 1 second. So I wanted you to have it so that, oh, hang on, things are bouncing all over the place. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. The other thing that I wanted you to see in here is what we talked about. Wow, that one is coming through very weird for some reason. Let me see if it, I will check that before it comes through to you. For some reason, I opened it earlier, it looked fine. You should be able to track your listing appointments as well. What we talked about was, I want you to be tracking which appointments you went on, which ones you won. It'll say status, won or lost, signed, dead, listed with somebody else.
That's so awesome.
If you go on an appointment and you lose it, you better call and ask them why. Get the feedback. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Would you mind sharing with me what I could have done differently to have earned your business? I'm always open to feedback. Call and find out. Don't just take it. Call and find out.
I had a feedback on a listing, and they're like, oh, because the agents that we chose were a team, and they said they do an estate sale for us. It was all because they said they do it. Yeah, mainly the estate sale. So I'm like, boy, I will include that in my next listing presentation.
You know, and it's good to hear. Like, I mean, I know Rick mentioned once that he went on one and he thought for sure he had it, and they said, we really just want to hire a woman.
Okay.
Okay. You know, like, oy vey. Oh, you know, but it's good to know, because then you know you were never just going to get it. Okay. So like there was really nothing you were going to do any differently. You know, so you probably still did a great presentation. Right? But get the feedback. I want you to track these things, guys. Then you also get your conversion numbers. Okay, I went on 8, I got 7. Right now I know my conversion ratio. Okay, You start getting better at those types of things. Okay, they're good things to know. All right, hang on. I'm going to open up the income goals spreadsheet that we had before so that you have that as well. Trying to make sure I'm getting all of the things so that we get through these. Because this one can get a little bit tricky, so I do want to go over it with you. So many spreadsheets. In case you didn't know, I love them. Like my love language. I track a lot of things. All right. Everything tells you a story. All right. So this was based on those sheets that were in the business plan, but this is really kind of it more in a spreadsheet version. Now, only fill out anything in green. Don't try to type over anything else. I think I have it all protected anyway, but only anything in green. So let's just say it's Selena. And I only want to make, because I'm gonna lowball it. I only want to make $100,000 a year. And let's say my expenses are 20%. That's what's filled in green. Let's just say that's all listing expenses, everything I spent for the year. Okay. Which means I actually need to gross 125,000 in order to pay what my expenses are. It's already figured that in because it's 20%. If you're really good at tracking your expenses and you know whatever that is, you can change that. Anybody here really good at tracking their expenses? Okay, good. I see some of you. I'm like down to the penny. Okay. Now, these are the other numbers you can fill in. What's your average commission where you are for a listing transaction? What is it for a buy side transaction? I'm going to put 2.5, 2.5 for just getting, I'm just putting numbers in. It doesn't matter wherever you are. It's different everywhere. Everybody's different, but whatever you want to put in. Okay. Whatever your commission split is, wherever you are, if it's 80%, 20%. Average closed listing sales price. Again, wherever you are, we're at like $850 for a listing. I'm just going to put 900 for a buyer. That's kind of where we are at the moment where we are. And the percentage of your business that's listing versus buy side right now, we're opposite of where we used to be since we lost Rick. So I'm going to put like 90. Okay. So what it's doing now is calculating exactly how many we need to, did I do this backwards? Hang on. Did I do it backwards? Yeah. 20%. How many closings I need to have in order to equate to this percentage. To this. So see, you see what's coming here? Can you see it on my screen? I can't tell if you guys can see it. How many closings I need to have. And how many a month I need to have. Or did I do it backwards again? Hang on. I did. I need to put that in there so you guys can see it. 80. So I only need to close 6 in order to get there and half a month. Really not terrible. Now, this is where the actual ratio starts coming into play. To have a certain number of listings sold, this is where you have to have the ratio of how many you need. So let's say I close 100%. This means if you have any that drop out, right? People that cancel, we sell 100% of what we get typically. Okay. Same thing on listing presentations. Let's just say I get 80% of them that I go on, right? And the same thing on buy side. Typically, how many do you have fall out? I'm going to say 20%. It's going to start telling you exactly how many buyers you need to have and exactly, oh, good grief. This is calculating off. And exactly how many buyers you need to have and exactly how many, like 0.2 buyers per week, right? Because I don't have to close that many. So it's calculating for you exactly how many conversations, exactly how many presentations you need to have. Obviously, I don't need to have that many because I don't have to close that many. But let's say I wanted to earn 250,000, right? It starts calculating everything differently. Something is off. 1 second. Did I overtype something? I didn't think I did. I think that's what it is. I'll check this, but I'm gonna send this to you guys again. I feel like something overtyped.
It might be because it's only 10% for the listings, because it's so low that it's just keeping it near zero.
Yeah, maybe that's why, just because I don't normally put that. We're just not normally. I'm gonna check it. I might send this to you guys again. That's very weird. Yeah, I'm gonna check this but and send it to before you guys use it. Again, I'm just gonna double check it to make sure something didn't get corrupted. It feels like something was a little bit off. It's very weird. Yeah, so don't use this until I resend it to you guys. It feels like one of the calculations is off, which is very weird because I downloaded this directly. Very weird because I checked it earlier. Okay. Yeah, before you guys use it, let me just recheck it. Very strange. I wonder if in the download it just. I'll double check. Okay, sorry about that, guys.
Selena, this might be a big ask, but is there, maybe I'm not seeing it, but is there a way to figure out how many phone calls I need to make to get so many appointments to presentation?
No.
I mean, really breaking it down?
No, because I would never be able
Oh.
to tell how many, you know, what your conversion ratio is and what you're saying on the phone.
Oh.
Wait to that.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's going to be completely based on your conversation, what the script is, and like all of that. It's gonna depend. Like, it's very interesting that you asked that because I was speaking to somebody a couple of weeks ago, and the woman said, I don't understand. I gave my buyer's agent the exact same script that I'm saying, and she's not converting anything, and I'm converting all of them. And I said, okay, well, talk to me about that. And she said, well, it's literally the exact same thing I'm saying. And I said, well, have you listened? Have you gone in and have you listened to her say it? And she said, no, but it's the same one. I gave her the exact same one. And I said, okay, come back to me, go back and listen, and then tell me what do you feel like is different. And so she goes back in there, and literally the only thing the person was saying was the first sentence, the same. None of the rest of the script was being said. It was just the first sentence. So there's again, the key is consistency. And then the key is also in follow-up, right? So like if you have to inspect what you expect. And so if you're not, there's no way for me to know like what you would be saying or how that would convert at all. Like I could give you a script, but there's no way for me to know that if you were following the script or if like what that would look like or how that would be said, to know that if you were saying exactly what I would be giving you to be saying and how that would be converted, and knowing that if like I could say that it's 25 calls equals one conversion, but it's different for every person. It's different about the connection. It's different about like who's answering the phone. It's different for everybody, right? Some people can sit there and call on a dialer and they can make 300 calls and connect with 10 people on one day, and they can make a call on a dialer for 300 people and connect with 20 people the next day. We have no rhyme or reason to who's going to answer on any given day, right? There's no way to ever know. It's a numbers game. You know, what the problem is that people give up, right? They just give up. Like if they don't get the result that they want on day one, they won't come back and do it on day two. It's about rolling the dice. It's about rolling the dice. So that's really the difficulty in it. Sorry about the sheet, guys. I'll get that figured out and resend. So I'm not really sure what happened there. Okay, so what I want you to get to though is back to the ABCs of lead generation. So hang on, I'm going to pull that back up here for 1 second. 1 second. And make sure that you have it. Because this is where we really get to. Goodness, so many tabs open. That consistency. Okay, so I sent this to you. I would encourage you to print at least this second page, right? A, means appointment. B, not ready to sell for 30 to 90 days. Now this is the next thing. Now I used to create a calendar, and I would just print it out for the whole year. We call bees twice a month on the 1st and the 15th of the month. So I would have a little calendar that I would give to the team, and it was in their cubicles that said it's a bee week. First week, 1st of the month and 15th of the month, so that they knew who they were calling whenever they had their spreadsheet up, or whoever they were. And like if we used Boomtown, not KV Core back then, but they knew it was a bee week. So they would just open up Boomtown and sort their leads, and they would be like bees. And they would, so the beauty of this is you're having the exact same conversation with the same people that whole week. It's not like you're switching gears. They're like, oh, has anything changed in your buying needs? Because you're like a C lead. You're like B lead. Okay. They're 30 to 90 days out. Hey, did you get a hold of the lender? How are we coming on your pre-qualification? Did you like iron out where, what neighborhoods you were looking at? Same conversation with those people all week long. Nice and easy. B leads all week long, keeping track of it. And then C's once per month, the week of the 8th. Now you've got this calendar. This is a system, guys. You've got your calendar for the whole year. B's 1st and the 15th, C's are on the 8th. Anyone want to know what the last week of the month is? Top 50 in sphere of influence. That's the last week of the month. So they don't have it on here, but that's what it's for. So the last week of the month is top 50 in sphere of influence. You're just like piling through the last ones. Now, what they don't have on here are those D's that I talked about, right? That's the D's. We call them deadbeats to darlings on our team now. And those are just long-term. When we put them in our system, yes, I just have them on a drip. We're not technically calling them. We just have them on this long-term thing where KV Core is just checking in with them. I've got them on a thing. Guys, they've been bubbling up like crazy. These are people who ghosted us. Like every note that we have is like, they've never called us back. They're not responding, whatever it is. And I have them in there, and KV Core is doing its little AI thing. And it's like, Selena, this lead just favorited something 3 times and they've been inactive for more than 14 days. And I'm like, hello, welcome back. And I send them over to the agent and I'm like, call them. They're back. I don't know what they're doing, but call them. And then now they're out showing houses again. Go ahead, Arsh. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. Are you going to be teaching us how to set up the drip emails, or will that be like on our own kind of?
Oh no, I don't teach KV Core on this puppy. That would take us 3 days.
Yeah, no, I can assume. I've been going through it myself. There's so many options on there. Yeah.
There's a lot.
There's actually training happening for your office, Arsh, next week. That'll be going through that.
Oh, look at that.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Perfect.
There you
Thank you,
go.
Angel.
Is there someone that we could just pay to set up our KV Core with all of the drip emails? Like, because I noticed the generic ones. I don't like the generic ones.
Yes, there is. And I can send you that information, Deborah.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Can you send it to me as well, please?
Wait, who should that? Arsh?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Robin.
Okay. So give me,
Please.
I'll send it all to all of you.
Okay.
Okay. What I wanted to go over here very quickly though, is the front page of this. This is really powerful information. Guys, the percentage of salespeople who follow up, 48% of people, this is sad, follow up on the first contact when a lead comes in. 25% of people follow up at the second contact. 12% do 3 contacts, and only 10% of people do 4 or more contacts. This is when sales are actually made. 2% of sales are made at the first contact, 3% at second, 5% at third, and 80% after the third contact. Okay, anybody seeing a disparity here? 10% of people make 4 or more contacts, but 80% of sales are made after the third contact. Everybody gives up. Look at this. But this is when the sales are made. The magic's in the follow-up. The magic is in the follow-up. 9 times out of 10, they're not ready when they come to us in the beginning. They're not. But we give up. I can't tell you how many times I hear, Selena, these leads are all bad. All leads are bad. They're all bad. I'm like, they're not bad. They're just not ready yet. Why do they need to be ready when you're ready? Why can't they be ready when they're ready? Why you want that baby that lady to have her baby right now? She wants to have that baby when she's supposed to have that baby. Like, let her have the baby when she's supposed to have it. Like, people get really worked up. And I'm like, they're just not ready right now. Pipeline money. Think about it from that perspective. If you really start looking at it and you start thinking about it from pipeline and not like low-hanging fruit, you can really build something big. And start thinking about every single person from their own perspective of, I'm trying to build something. I'm building a relationship. We have a young lady on the team. As I mentioned earlier, we're running Zillow Flex, which has been quite the experience. But it's not a bad thing most days. And for those of you that aren't experienced with Zillow Flex, it's leads come in. You cannot ask them if they're pre-qualified. You have to go show them a house, and you have to go show them a house right away. And it's a very different concept than what I'm used to doing. And we have a young lady on the team whose showing rate is incredible, given the fact that some of these people are not ready to buy at any time soon. But she does it anyway, because she goes out and she builds a relationship with them immediately. She's like, oh, you're not ready? That's okay. Let's go meet. Let's get to know each other. They freaking love her. She does not care that they're not ready right now. Like, her actual appointment rate is the highest on the team. When they want to buy, they're going to buy with her because she's like, let's go. Let's get to know each other. We're going to be besties. You know? And I'm like, and as a result, her survey scores, because by the way, they send surveys on everybody, are really high. Like, get out of your own head and go and develop rapport and relationship, and people want to work with you. It's crazy. Same thing here. Contact rate. If you don't force on them that you want them to only be important to you because they want to buy right now, and instead stay in relationship, oh, you don't want to buy right now? It's okay. You know what? Let's talk next week, next month. That's okay. Absolutely. Jump in my system. Go look at everything you want to go look at. If I see something and I'll be like, you just go peek in my, go look at houses. They're pretty. I'll talk to you in 3 months when you're ready. Guys, keep them engaged and be like, let's just check in. Absolutely. No biggie. But don't forget them. Make them important. Make them your pipeline money. Look at that. Look at those numbers. Okay. If they feel pressured and that they're only important to you because they're right now, they will go find somebody else. But if you make them feel like they're important because they are, changes everything about it. But don't drop them. Don't make them feel like they're not important. That's what happens. See this? 1, 2. Look at the drop. It's like a freaking cliff. It's like a freaking cliff. It's sad. It's really sad. Pipeline money. Build your pipeline. Okay. Everybody knows, like, how does it, okay, I know a lot of people said KV Core. I want to make sure that when you're doing this and you're using your KV Core, that you do not get off the phone with someone without putting a note in your KV Core, whatever you talked about. And the second thing is a to-do about when you're going to call them next, so that it comes up in your tasks. Okay, if you're not using KV Core, put it in your calendar. And it's an actual appointment. Call Susan Smith, whatever it is, right? On this day, and this is what we're going to talk about. Okay, if you're not using a CRM. There has to be something that's whatever is the next step, because you will forget. It's just the nature of the business. So there's a note. If you're doing it in your phone, do it in your phone. It was a good suggestion earlier. And there's a to-do on whatever it is that you told them. Now, I'm of the mindset, if they said, call me in 3 months, I cut whatever it is in half. I call them in a month and a half. And I just say, was just thinking about you. That's my script. By the way, it's easy. Everyone loves to hear that they're being thought of. It's easy. It is just thinking about you. Oh, I saw a house today and it made me think of you. easy peasy. So that is something that you should really be like putting in place right away. I don't care if you have to stick it on a sticky note, guys. Like put it on your monitor and it says notes and to do, like appointment for like whatever is our next follow-up. That's what it is. All right, and then write this down. I'm going to send it to you guys later. I didn't want to give it to you in advance. LP Mama. LPMAMA. Anybody know what it means? Oh, somebody's going to come off mute. Nobody?
Location, purpose.
Mm-mm.
No. I completely forgot about it. It was off the top of my head. I just know the first one, LP Mama. Motivation, right?
Mm-hmm. You're close.
Forgot. I should have wrote it on my wall.
That's okay. Anybody else?
I know it's a really super cool person who says it a lot during his YouTube thing or his video or something. I forgot his name.
Location, price, motivation, agent, mortgage, and appointment.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay, hang on. Let me type it in the thing so everybody's got it. Location, price, motivation, agent, mortgage, and appointment. This is something, again, sticky note. You want to take it one step further. A long time ago, I had them printed at Vistaprint. I don't have it anymore, but that was a million years ago. I had them printed where I had sticky notes made that it said name, phone number, email address, and then it was like, it said LP Mama on it. And so anybody that was staff or anybody who answered the phone at our office for the team, that's what they would write so that I could put the lead in the system. So because people would call about one of our listings or that they were interested in house or whatever, and our staff was required to fill it out. If they gave me a lead and it didn't have everything filled out, I would give them the sticky note back and I'd be like, go call them back and finish filling it out and then bring it back to me when you're done. Because I need LP Mama on everything. And then every time that we put a lead in the system, in the notes section at the very top of our CRM, in the profile, it would have to say that. So that when whatever agent got the lead assigned, they had everything about that whenever they would call the lead back. Okay, you need that information. Location, where are they looking? What town, what area, what neighborhood? What's their price point? What's their motivation for purchasing or selling? Are they currently working with an agent? If they say yes, are they currently in contract with said agent? It's very important, right? Especially right now. Are they pre-qualified? Okay, and set the appointment. Okay, if you get yourself into the habit of asking that every single call, you've just learned so much. So much. Do not get off the phone with a lead without doing LP Mama. It's a script right there. Think about how much I just said with just that little bit. Go ahead, Maya.
So you said to ask if they're specifically in contract with that agent. So what would the dialogue be if the answer were yes? And what would the dialogue be after if the answer is no?
Okay. So I don't actually ask them if they're in contract with an agent. Here's how that script goes.
Okay.
That's okay. And I'll send you some scripts later. I didn't want to bog it down on the email earlier. I say, oh, have you seen any homes lately? Have you been looking at anything? And they say, well, yeah, I have. I've seen a couple of them. Oh, really? How have you been seeing those? Have you been attending open houses or, what's that look like? Because if they say, no, I've been working with an agent, I've been seeing it. Oh, okay. Well, let's talk about that, right? Oh, are you currently working with an agent? Well, my cousin's brother twice removed is licensed. That's one situation. Or they'll say, well, I was working with someone. Usually they'll start telling you that story. Or they'll say, I am currently working with him, but he's on vacation. Okay, good to know. That's another answer, right? Oh, okay. Are you currently under a buyer agency agreement with that person? Buyer contract? No, I don't think so. Okay, good to know as well, right? So these are all conversations that are coming up, and we're definitely going to talk about this more tomorrow when we're going through a listing agreement and a buyer agreement. But those are all important to know. Now, I know that most of you do not sign buyer contracts right But for us in New York, guys, I'm still licensed in New York, just now getting licensed, which requires a freaking bachelor's degree in California. You know, like I need a master's degree over here. By the way, I've been licensed in 4 states and a broker's license. And
Wait, really? Do you really have to have your bachelor's degree?
no, it just takes that long.
Oh,
You
okay.
know, I'm like, dear Lord, no reciprocity over here. I'm like, I've been licensed in so many states and it doesn't take this much, including the broker's license. So in New York, we would ask and people had buyer agreements in place. So it's very unusual for me to have been over here on this side of the country and it not be something that was normal. Very unusual over here. So it's not normally something, Maya, that people ask over here. Very unusual. I think no one ever asks anyone on our team if they have a buyer contract in place, a buyer agreement. So we do, however, ask if they're currently working with an agent, right? And I do want to know that. I cannot ask it with Zillow Flex, which really sucks, until we get out there with them. But it's going to be something that I do think we're all going to have to get accustomed to very shortly. And I do encourage you to do that moving forward, making sure that you're working with someone who is going to be loyal to you. And if you are not currently doing buyer consultations, we're going to learn all about that tomorrow. You should do a buyer consultation before you start taking buyers out. And you should show your value and treat a buyer consultation exactly like you treat a listing consultation. I feel very strongly about it. Do not sign it on the hood of a car. Yes, Robin.
So, well, I consider myself a listing agent. And so I believe that I know that most of the calls I'm going to be getting back are from people, homeowners, right? So can the LP Mama be used with them?
Yep.
Like on a,
yeah, it's a slightly different situation.
Kind of like work into like a contingent sell conversation, then that would apply, or?
Yeah, I mean, basically you're kind of having a similar situation. What's the address of the home that you're looking to sell, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the location.
Mhm.
What was the price point that you were thinking that your home might sell at? What were you hoping to earn from the sale?
Okay.
What's your motivation for selling?
All right.
Same sort of situation. Are you speaking to any other agents about the sale of your home? Right?
Okay.
Because you do want to know if they're interviewing anyone else. Same
Yeah.
situation. Obviously mortgage is not going to come into play, but we do usually ask them what's remaining on the left, what's left of their
Yeah.
home, and then set the appointment.
Okay.
So very similar situation.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Just flip the script a little bit. So a lot of people will take a lead flow, right? They'll get something in and they get the bare minimum of information, right? And then you have to call them back. So I want you to get into the habit. Like we kept those in our cars, right? We had those made at Vistaprint. By the way, it's super cheap. So you can design something and all you do is save it as a JPEG and upload it to Vistaprint. It was very cheap to have those little sticky notes made at Vistaprint. And we kept them in our cars and our bags. They were on our desks at the office or whatever, so that anytime a lead came in, we could just quickly make sure we were answering all those questions and we weren't forgetting anything, because you wanted to be very consistent that you were going through that script, right? So that you weren't calling them back. You had as much information as possible. By the way, with all of that information, for the most part, like we would even like 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, right? You're looking at like all of that information. You could set them up on a campaign. Right? You're based on every question that I asked there, they were giving me enough information because they were telling you a story based on what I was asking. And then you're like, great, I now have everything. And because the sticky note said name, email, cell phone number, whatever, I could then take that, immediately go into KV Core and set them up on whatever search criteria that they had, because they were telling me everything I needed to know without me forgetting anything. And let's be real, we're busy. You're out showing houses, you're doing other things. Keep that and be like, great, I have everything I need. And I didn't forget to ask anything. And like, it's not stuck in like, I don't know if you look like me and you've got notebooks with 400 like scribbles on it that look insane. And you're like, where did that note go? Who did I talk to? What did they say? And I don't remember anything about it. It's a system. Yes, it's still a note, but now it's like, you're You're like, you can get them printed in a specific color. You know now orange sticky notes are leads. Like that's it, right? You're like, great. At the end of the day, I collect all my orange notes. Everybody goes into a search criteria, whatever it is. There's consistency in what you're doing. But what I want you to get into the habit of doing is LP mama-ing. That's what we call it, LP mama. LP mama-ing everybody. And then consistently as well, put it in KV Core. So we literally, that's how we did it. It was like straight down LP mama, because occasionally they would change something. Selena, I just added this area. So in location, it would be L colon, whatever, Danville. And then we'd be like, oh, they just added this area. So it would be Danville, comma, this, right? Just in case. Occasionally it would happen that I'd have to transfer the lead to somebody. And if that happened, I needed them to have all the information possible. And you don't want to lose anything. So be really consistent with however it is that you're gaining information from your clients, and how, if you're consistent in how you're always getting it and how you're always putting it in, there's never any lack of clarity. You're just like, okay, great. Every time I do it, it's LP mama. And every time I put it in, it's going to look like this. And now you've got it. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Any questions on lead management? This is usually where the biggest breakdown comes. Like, people don't manage it. It gets lost. It's in notebooks. It's all over the place.
I know you said to put it in KV Core. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Robin. You can go ahead.
Lead management, as far as an old database goes, I mean, I have so many ideas and different ways to think about it, and there is the squirrel right there. So trying to figure out a system to be able to go through all of those people, you know? Yeah. Ideas. Velvet hammer on the head, you know? I don't know.
Go through them.
Yeah.
Going back to that other sheet that you had, the one where like specifically says the price and everything, like how much you earn per, is there a .csv file for that too that we can upload to KV Core, or would I have to upload that separately and then KV Core separately?
Well, I don't know if it'll let you pull in, because remember that KV Core is only going to let you pull in whatever it can talk to. So I don't think it's going to pull in like anything that it doesn't they have their very.
Will they at least upload like names,
Oh yeah,
emails, and
100%.
like basic stuff? Okay, that's
Oh,
cool.
yeah,
I mean, I can have the rest myself. Okay.
Yeah. So the last thing I wanted to talk about with that is lead source. I wanted to follow up with just that last little bit. So the one thing that I find that most people do not keep track of, and by the way, that was on my sticky note, I forgot to mention that, was lead source. So a lot of people don't keep track of it. And let me tell you why it's important. I need to know where your ROI is, and not just money. Time spent, return on investment of time. You need to know where every lead you get comes from. So when a lead calls in and says, oh, I'm thinking about buying, blah, 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 one of the questions you need to ask is, how did you hear about me? Whether it's a seller or a buyer. And I need it to go in that spreadsheet, or it needs to go in KV Core. Because you have to know what's bringing people in so you can double down on it, so you can figure out whether or not it's a good use of your time or your money, whatever it is. Remember the guy I told you who was like, Selena, look at how many leads I'm getting from Facebook ads. I'm like, oh my God, that's so great. You've never closed one single deal. Like, not one. You've spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars running Facebook ads and not one single closing. Stop it. Stop it. Go ahead, Tina.
Yeah, so like that's so important. And I do, like, when I'm typing contracts as well, like I always put in the notes like where my leads came from. But I just wanted to add, like, when you're talking about this, like, our relationships with each other really matter, because I just, like, from yesterday to today got 2 leads off of an agent that moved away. He moved away over a year ago, and he still takes listings in our area. He's like an hour and a half to 2 hours away, but all the sign calls and anything that he does not want, he gives to me. And so I've been following up with these two people. I'm going to talk with them this afternoon. And so I just think our relationships with one another, they matter. They matter a lot.
They definitely do.
So other agents can be a lead source.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep. We call that agent referral. That's how you should put that in as your lead source, agent referral.
Agent referral. Okay.
Yep. Yep. So guys, over time, what you start to see is what you can work on as another pillar. Okay. So you start to determine what your pillars are based on your closings. Okay. So when we were closing 150 transactions a year in New York, it was like, okay, well, where do we spend our time? Right. It was like, we started to see what wasn't worth our time too, like things that we had invested in. Like I was reviewing every quarter and I was like, I'm not spending any more money on that. No closings from it, right? You start looking at it and you're like, not a good return on investment. Like you have to start looking at it and saying, okay, I'm going to try this geographic farming, right? By the way, that's the long game.